私に会いに来てくれたんですか?
My fault. We were on mute. So, let's run it back. About that. So, yes. Our own build, not copied. Didn't see it anywhere else. I don't even know if it works. I'm pretty sure it hasn't been done before. We discovered this all the way back when Diana first came out. And yes, it is all about this one singular card right here. We are going to change all 1 cost or lower exhaust cards in hand into Heartbreakers. Now, the most important part about this is these Heartbreakers won't be her own. And what that does is it allows us to take a harmless KAYRON futility and turn it into a bullet. Not for Diana, but for KAYRON. So where do we start? How good will it be? How useful will it be? Anything and everything like that is what we'll have to find out together today. And yeah. It is going to be very, very, very interesting. So we need to build 2 builds at the minimum. Indeed, they are his cards. And that is the craziest shit. So, we need to figure out a way on how we can reliably change all KAYRON cards and create as many as possible. What is also important is if we wanted to, we could even try and get Orlea involved. And that is because Orlea, let me go to save data. That is because if we get really creative, we can give contaminated spores to KAYRON. These contaminated spores will happen to be 0 cost exhaust cards. And then we could use something like the retain Orlea to retain these cards to make more bullets, and they would again be for KAYRON, and the important part would be we would have to discard one of the spores before we turn them all, because otherwise obviously when we turn all the spores into bullets they're gone, right? Yeah, so Bullet KAYRON. We need a Diana build, we need a KAYRON build, and we need to figure this out. Now, let's brainstorm how a Diana and KAYRON build would even look like, right? So, let's figure out how this is going to look like, and let's start before we look at KAYRON. KAYRON should be easy. Now we need to figure out a proper Diana build to make it all happen. So, no brainer, we gotta pick the change all 1 cost or lower cards in hand into Heartbreakers, right? Then furthermore, we can cut Liberated Feelings, because we don't need it. And then we can probably cut, let's say, Pistol of Purification. All of a sudden this deck looks very tiny, and you know what we can also do? We can make it so that if there are no Quietus cards of this unit in hand, we draw a Quietus card. So now we'd have a 2-card deck that always guarantees to draw us the With All My Heart. Already looking pretty promising, huh? That is a very beautiful deck right there. And yeah. Is there anything more we need to do to this deck? Let's see. A way to discard would be good, I think. A way to discard would be nice. So, is this our done Diana deck? Maybe. Or maybe we just add in another copy. Who knows? So, we have the discard 2. We have 2 of the turns. We have 1 of them guaranteed to be drawn. Maybe that's our Diana deck right there. Maybe that's our Diana deck right there. No, the issue is with the Persona is we'd be turning... like the discard Persona, yes, but the buff wouldn't be for people. Like, I don't even know if we're gonna use a Persona. I don't even know if we're gonna use a Persona. If we are going to use a Persona, it might just be this one. where when this card is discarded, activate this card, so we have like another draw too, maybe. Diana should have the bullet buff. Oh yeah, that's smart. That is smart. Let's see. Damage amount to all bullet cards in hand until used. No, this one. Yeah. Yeah, okay, now we're actually getting somewhere. Yep, the bullet buff seems pretty smart. And then we need something that has exhaust so that we can increase the usage number of the bullet tag. Like this. And then we could use this card 6 times. Okay, perfect. So this looks like a very appropriate Diana deck. Now, KAYRON on the other hand. What do we do about KAYRON, right? So, I think obviously we're going to cut the basics. What about the rest? I feel like this is going to be such a good deck because we will be getting rid of Random Annihilation and Black Hole. Now we only clearly have the strongest of the KAYRON cards available. By no means is this KAYRON in trouble. No, he's the craziest KAYRON ever. Now in terms of Oath of Vanity, I don't know. Like, this exhaust all futility, status ailment, and curse cards in hand, draw for each. It doesn't really work, nor does it really make a difference for us. So I think we're just gonna go with any of the change version. It's really the same thing, right? So, Echo Futility. We have a few choices. We could go with the Create 3 version, because the more we create, the more we can turn. It's that simple, right? Or we go with the 0 cost version, which would also gain a damage boost based on us creating futilities, which is indeed something we still end up doing. And with it being 0 cost, there's a couple interesting things we can make with it. So that might just be our dream card. Now the real question, just for the sake of this KAYRON build, are we going to E1 our KAYRON? Do I think they're going to make Tenebria better than hide Mary out of favoritism? I have no problem, with it, but Mary's a limited thoughts. You know, at this point, I'm already wondering, on the note of Tenebria, when are we gonna get her kid? Like, seriously speaking, when are we going to get the Tenebria kid? Because there is, at least with the way it looks like, no stream. The best case scenario I can think about is that maybe the devs have like the cards and the partner and the images and they can just send it to me. You know, that'd be the greatest for me. The worst case scenario would be all of us finding out what she does early Tuesday. Yeah, the worst case scenario would indeed be us finding out what she does when her banner comes out. Which I think would be pretty crazy. I think that'd be pretty crazy. But, yeah, I don't know. I've checked the CZN announcement religiously. Especially at around 3.5 hours ago to see, hey, has something been posted? But it hasn't, right? So, I don't know. I have no idea when we're gonna get news on what she even does. YOLO banner release, yeah. Okay, now I think this looks like a really clean KAYRON deck. Now the other question is, what kind of persona would we do with the KAYRON? And the answer to that should be obvious. It's gonna be the discard one, and we're probably gonna give it the when discarded, activated, and the 30%. Yeah, so we can then use Diana to discard the KAYRON stuff, so that KAYRON can then get the buffs. And the reason why discarding is also so important to us is we need to discard attack cards so that we can trigger the KAYRON set. Because in terms of KAYRON set, obviously we're going to if they do it like E7, there will be a separate video for it. Pick the X cost echo futility. How about we do 3 copies of the 0, 1 and an X cost? What about this? How about that? How about we do a bunch of X cost ones and then an X cost one? That could work. That's looking kind of sexy, not gonna lie. So, yeah, maybe triple 0 and X cost, a 1 cost, a 2 cost, a 2 cost, a 1 cost, 3 cost. Obviously, we're never gonna play. I mean, okay, we do have to play this. I don't know. Maybe we don't care too much about like the X cost thing, whatever. But yeah, so that's the game plan. Something like this is gonna be the game plan. So let's have a look. Why would you want the X? Wouldn't you rather make the 0 cost draw 1 divine? Or we could still do that. Remember, we can only make 3 divines anyway. So let's say we get draw 1 of this unit. Let's say we do make something like this, and you'll realize, oh, we do have the space and we can't make it divine anyway, so we might as well go from a 0 to an X. Hypothetically, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's all about having as many bullets as possible, potentially. So, we'll have to see, right? What about the black hole that... see, that's the thing. We do not exhaust futilities. The reason, if you're wondering, hey, but what the fuck? How is this a KAYRON deck, but there is no black... Why is this a KAYRON deck, but there's no black hole, right? The reason why there's no black hole in here is because it will never stack. Like, this black hole will never stack. Never. So, it will always be the way it is, which means we might as well cut it. But, you are right, we could keep in the, it doesn't work. Let me filter by KAYRON. KAYRON. We could keep in the Brand of Annihilation. Because we are exhausting cards at the end of the day. Maybe. You saw KAYRON Impulse and I ran as fast as I could home. Smart. Okay. Bullet KAYRON. We have the cook. Now we just need to make it work. My most important question right now to you is, do I use my hard-earned potential upgrade materials to potential upgrade KAYRON? Or do I rather kick out Magna out of the synchronization and just cheat my way towards high-level potentials? What should we do? Should we actually invest into KAYRON? Or should we just kick Magna and give him fake potentials? Upgrade him properly. Okay. Remember Faye, brother. Yeah, but remember, I have more than enough time. You would need 3 days? Not quite. I'd use the please don't do what I do, and I'd spend gems. I'd spend around 340 gems just to slot in KAYRON. That's why it's called the don't do what I do strat, right? Alright, then let's get to upgrading then. It's only slightly painful, you know? But hey, I had to upgrade him at some point. So it's fine. Let's put him to 8 here, and then let's do like a 4.5. Let's do this. Okay. 4 out of 5. I think this is fine enough. Like 9 out of 10. Oh wait, but you know what I didn't think about? What does a KAYRON bullet count as? when it gets turned into a Diana bullet,
私に会いに
we might just be upgrading the wrong potential. Okay, let's find out. Let's find out what it gets turned into. Let's find out together what kind of potential we are going to need.
はーい。あ、館長。私に会いに
私が欲しいか。
Alright, let's figure it out.
慣れしている
It is his card. See, that's the thing. It is his card. Now the question is just, what kind of card is it?
悪い医者の日本は山。
Hey, J-Monster, appreciate the follow.
神の私の気持ち。
Aw, did you see that?
初め
Season 1 memories. But yeah, no. Here you get your first peek at Bullet KAYRON in a second.
いつでも言ってくださいね。
Yeah, we can skip this turn. We need to know this for science. So, nope. We also have to skip this turn. Come on, how hard could it be? Also no. Any second now. Remember, this is by no means optimized, so on and so forth. We just need to figure out what, right? We just need to figure out what the fuck is going on in terms of card classification. Did I miss the card? I did. Huh. Well, that's bad. So we only have one copy of it. Okay, this could be taxing. Alright, let's see. Okay, easy. Let's have a look. We create.
いつでも
We switch.
私の気持ち受け取ってください。
What do you count as? How do I know?
命令しろ
No, like seriously. How
待っている
would I know? It's not like it's gonna show in the deck.
命令しろ
Okay. It is a KAYRON unique card. It is a KAYRON unique card. Fantastic. I didn't know KAYRON was balling like that. I didn't know KAYRON was balling like that. KAYRON Psionic unique card. Alright, great. That answers that question. Awesome. Okay, so a KAYRON unique card. Awesome. Just how I thought it would be. How to know it's unique? It says it right there at the top. Here. It says it's a KAYRON Psionic unique card. We are one step closer to the build. Yes. So we now know we've upgraded the right potential. Okay. Who gave this man a gun? I did. Does KAYRON's bullet count as an exhaustive utility? It does not. It does not. So basically we're stripping KAYRON of his former identity and turning him into something he's never been. That's how we do it. Because we're balling like that. Okay. Yeah, let's get it. Let's build KAYRON first, then we can build Diana after. And let's see what kind of mess this becomes. We're going to use all the auto attempts we're going to have to use. However many that might be. And it's going to be glorious.
そうか
Yeah.
私が
It is going to be glorious. In terms of gear, we give him his proper gear in a bit. But for now, he's actually just going to get a standard gear set. Like, I already know exactly what kind of gear I'm going to give him, and he's going to be very happy with it, trust me. But for now, I think we're just going to give him a standard gear set. Now, define standard gear set. Well, Good question. What would a standard gear set be these days anyway? Probably starting with this piece here. And then let's look for void. Yeah. And then obviously no more void damage. I don't know. Somebody has the pieces. I just don't know who. Okay, and then okay, we're making kind of like an unholy mix, but that's fine. We're going to polish the gear set after. And then finally here, we're going to give him Diana's gear for now. No, I think it's Yuki's. Okay. There we go. Alright. So, KAYRON is ready for war. We're going to have to hope that Hyde Mary can carry his ass until he's finished. Because trust me, it's not going to be his build that is going to do any carrying right now. Also, I need to figure out a way to properly like set my healer sets somewhere. Because every single time I'm just swapping it between Orlea, between fucking Cassius. They're just everywhere. And they're never in the places where I need them to be. Where are my gear loadouts? Like, honestly, like, I'm still not happy with the response we got the last time. Like, what do you mean they can't do it because it's too hard? How hard could it be to do gear loadouts? Like, please. Why is that so difficult? I don't understand. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Why not the Void / Passion 4-piece that was created? Obviously, but okay. As I said, we're going to finish and we're going to give him a proper gear set after. Remember, KAYRON doesn't start out with bullets. It's not like he's magically gonna get access to the bullets mid-run. So that is the reason why we're giving him a normal set first, then building the decks, and then doing the set swap. Because otherwise, this is gonna be the Void, the Chaos, and this is gonna be our Bullet KAYRON. Splat. And then it's over for Bullet KAYRON, which is, well, not the best if you think about it like that. Like he might have seen happier days than being splattered against the wall. Alright. Surely we can build Bullet KAYRON in just one Chaos run. Or, better said, in one KAYRON run. So yeah, can we build Bullet KAYRON in one KAYRON run? Let's see. Don't forget the haste engraving. I don't know if we're gonna go with the haste engraving. We might just rely on the quietus and on the exhaust engravings instead. Any professional KAYRON main is going to tell you I'm insane. Because we just deleted Black Hole. But don't you worry. Black Hole clearly isn't KAYRON's most important card. That is actually fake news. So don't let yourself be manipulated by the KAYRON Mafia. They don't know what they're talking about. Alright, so we found the right base epiphany. Hey! On extra attack increases crit chance. Now, every sensible person will tell you, brother, you're insane. What do you mean, extra attack? But, luckily, we are only slightly insane, so things are looking quite good. Nuh-uh, the KAYRON users will build this for sure. Oh, they should. They have to. This build is meta for sure. Second best in slot. Must be. Must be. Now we just need... Come on, where's the damage buff? We can't seem to get the damage buffing persona. Scam. What should you farm for Tenebria's partner? You need to farm psionic. You need to farm psionic materials. Come on, another chance to get the right persona. One of these days we get the right one. Ooh. Cards in the graveyard. Okay, I think we swapped that in because the sub engraving actually makes sense. Okay, there we go. We found the right persona. What does Deathbrand do and who uses it? See, Deathbrand does nothing and nobody uses it. That is the current state of Deathbrand. Deathbrand is an effect that says every time you use something with Deathbrand against Deathbrand, you increase the damage. Does it have any uses so far? No. The moment we get a Deathbrand combatant, all of a sudden things are looking a little crazy. Weird thing though, the Deathbrand combatant probably is not gonna be Tenebria, so it might just be a one-off weird effect. Same with Shockwave. Shockwave currently also, it just kind of exists. That's what Shockwave does. Do we keep or do we take out Brand of Annihilation? It would be an additional card to draw, but it would be a very potent option. Like, the question is, do we have enough draw to just be like, yeah, I mean, just keep it? I don't know. I feel like we should be able to keep it. Because it's not actively gonna harm us, at least. Shockwave has a few instances though. Yeah, maybe like 2. Tops. Weren't you going to keep it in? I'm not too sure. It's like 50-50. We don't need to cut it, but we also don't need to keep it. Hey, come on, Cthulhu Gun, watch. It's a 1 in 6, but 1 in 6 is actually light work. Light work. See, sometimes you just gotta know how you play the damn game. It really isn't that hard. It really isn't that hard, gentlemen. Alright, and let's see if we can maybe find like a funny, funny Brand of Annihilation. Ooh, for 1 turn 4 morale? Hold up. Wait a minute. That doesn't even look too bad. So a potentially 0 cost 4 morale gain. That is not too shabby. But we're obviously not gonna do this. If a card was exhausted this turn 3 agony, fuck that. Fuck that. Now the only problem with this card is we'd have already played out a few of the bullets before. We would have already played out a few of the bullets before we actually we would have played out a few of the bullets before we actually got to the point where we play out the black hole because it's now 0 cost. Also, quick question. Do we potentially make the Diana deck a bit more complicated? And that is because there might be actual value for us to put in another With All My Heart and have that With All My Heart be this one. Where we are now also going to apply Quietus to the bullet cards. That's the question. But, I mean, so far, the KAYRON deck is shaping up to be a... Hey, look! We also got the increased cost on discard activation. That's great. Heal amount first 50 for each AP used this turn. Gain AP overflow, sure. By the way, I found out that on the first opportunity of getting Persona, you should take a card no matter which for a different character. That's not quite how it works. So, the reason why, even then, you don't want to take one for the other character is because you are reducing your odds of getting the right perks. The moment the class of the persona you have and the persona you want differ, you start to get more options. Think of it like this. If you only are looking for a persona card on a psionic, then there's, let's say, 20 different engravings you can get. The moment you have a psionic and a vanguard with a persona card, all of a sudden you have 40 different persona perks you can get, making it that much harder to find the persona perk you're actually after. So while yes, you might get it one round earlier, in the long run you significantly reduce your chances of getting the right perk. Unless you find the discard 2 on another combatant first, right? No, you still have to keep in mind there's different perks for different classes. So the only time this would work is if you had the exact same class and the exact same persona type, be it attack or skill card, on 2 different combatants. Right? It needs to be the same class and it needs to be the same, like, let's say you take an attack psionic persona and a skill psionic persona, they still won't have the same perks. Ooh. An increased damage amount of Quietus cards. This would be cool. But it will also be very tricky to make work. Unfortunately, it is on the weapon slot, so it's an instant no-go. Heart of the Jewel would be funny. Heart of the Jewel would be funny. Now, we have the option to re-epiphany, which gives us 2 choices. Either A, look for a better brand of annihilation, or B, look for a divine echo futility. And divine echo futility is what we will be going for. Kabang. Not quite. Well, let's carry on and pretend nothing happened. The X+1 got rejected? Yeah. But you just watch. When we get Fae, X+1 is going to turn into prime real estate. Okay, not really, but like almost. It's almost going to be good. It's not quite as good as being good, but it's like almost there, you know? It's actually going to serve a purpose. Yeah. And see, this is why it's so smart to cut out the black hole. We now have guaranteed copy odds, which is very important for our purpose. Now, each time a card is created, damage amount, but these all go into the Cthulhu weapon. We're not going to find anything better there. And you know what I realized? I realized I really need to start playing more Sortie. Because I have too many stupid decks I want to build. And not enough Sortie materials to actually make those decks a reality. Which is unfortunate. But if I really want to be able to play what I'm playing, or build what I want to build, I do have to, like, maybe I just have to do like a run a day on the side. Just get it done quick. Yeah, otherwise things are gonna look a little tough.
忘れるわけありません。
Thought it'd be fun if it doesn't take an hour-ish. Yeah, but I think the thing is also though, otherwise if it's too short, then none of your decisions really matter. You know? If it's too short, none of your decisions would really matter. Come on, Divine. No? Okay. I tried. Is there any specific choices that I have to make for the event with the Verdant Jackets accessory shows up? Is there any specific choices you'd have to make so that the event with the Verdant Shackle accessory shows up? You know what? I'm actually gonna have to look into a database just so I can get a image into my mind on what that even is. Verdant Shackles, and then I can potentially rat in my brain and tell you, oh, the Verdant Shackles? Yeah, that's exclusive to... So, the Verdant Jackets event is exclusive to, exclusive to Swamp of Judgment or Season 2 Burning Life Planet, and there's nothing you can do. The only thing you can do is get increased odds of rare events showing up with, for example, the... You know this one Fate where there's like a book and there's like these golden markings and such? I forgot the fucking name. But that Fate that gives you a higher chance of rare events, that's what helps you get Verdant Jackets, right? What the Bullet KAYRON is, you'll see. I shall present to you Bullet KAYRON. Okay, Persona done. Persona done. We just need a copy event. Card draw is gonna be tough. Like, a card draw is gonna be rough. But we'll find a way. Life always finds a way. But we have the right epiphanies, at least the right base epiphanies. We have the Cthulhu gun. We have the right copy first. We have all the cards we need. Now we, at minimum, need a copy event. At minimum, we need a copy event. Okay. Remove all curse cards. Let's fight them. Hiya! Easy. Easy. I mean, sure. It's giving us 30 credits at least. Also, we'd like to get some better engravings. No? Resonance. Resonance actually resonates with me, if you can believe it. That's again a weapon. Do we do another meditation and hope for the best? I mean, if we hit a zero cost futility or like any good futility, or do I just go for like a different brand of annihilation? I don't know. It's expensive, but I gotta try. Come on. No. Okay. See, this is what happens when you do not upgrade the divine chance on any of your characters, right? Clearly that is what happens. Nothing happens. So, but Working Check is only on Swamp of Judgment since it's event based. I mean, let me see. Yeah. I was debating with myself if I do or don't remember getting it from Burning Life. Let's have a look. Burning Life. Did Burning Life have the base event? Burning Life didn't even have the base event. Yeah, it's Swamp of Judgment and you need to get the rare version of the event, right? Like, here, there you go. There really isn't any difference, right? You either get this version, which gives you the base one, the Forest Asks, or you get the Forest Ask in rare, which gives you the unique version. So yeah, pretty straightforward at least to get that one. Okay, engraving, gone, poof, nice, let's continue. Okay, we're hoping for Umbra and something damaging. You know what? This might be even better. When 5 or more cards have been created through abilities by allies, 30% damage amount to extra attacks of this unit? Well, if that doesn't fit into my plans. But, yeah. I'm debating one or two things right here, gentlemen. Number one, we could put it on the Mask of Emotions so that we can keep it and keep the engraving. Or we put it on the one slot that doesn't have an engraving yet. I think we are better off putting it on the mask so that we can keep the item and then hopefully get another final slot item with engraving that also does something damage related. But KAYRON doesn't do extra damage. See, this is why Bullet KAYRON is clearly the superior version of KAYRON. Because Bullet KAYRON does do extra damage. KAYRON doesn't do extra damage yet. Exactly. Alright, let's get some monies. Alright, the title of the stream says it all, doesn't it, huh? They took our copy event. No. They took our copy event. There is no... I'm not gonna use a copy core on a KAYRON bullet deck. But I also don't want to run it back. Man, fuck. They took our copy event. Do we still go for an X-Cost version? No. Alright. We need a good ring. Preferably a ring with a perk. I mean, if you're offering, then I shall be taking. But were Diana bullets, were they haste? I don't remember. Were Diana bullets haste? Because if they are, then this would make sense. Are the Diana bullets haste? Yes, okay. And then we can use the core of equipment swipification until we actually get a useful ring. The core of equipment swipification. It's going to solve most of our problems. Okay, you know what? Maybe 3-deck KAYRON, like 3-card KAYRON is already so powerful, the world doesn't even know what to do with us. So, will you make a Great Rift guide with? This season is tough. I made a video about the Great Rift, but do you mean the triple attack challenge thing? Like, you mean the one where you have to get like 9 stars and score? Because I thought about, like, I was wondering today, hey, should I make a guide about something? And yes, what should I pick? Maybe full scale offensive, right? And my idea was, what if we wait until Tenebria is here? Because she is going to be the final character which means it's going to give us 3 weeks, and we're probably going to do like 3 to 4 teams per fight. And that should at least do something. I need to remember to collect my dice. Yeah. And then at some point I also need to remember to play my dice. There's not a lot of time to play a lot of dice. We have a few dice to play. Yeah. Okay. Now, did I give away my select gear core already?
私が欲しいか
I don't remember. Let's see. Edit, equipment. I did. Fuck. Where did I use it? Because this means I need to go back to Salty if I ever wanted to swap this gear. Unless maybe there's something in here. No. No. Damn it. How many Salty points do I have? Like 5, if I'm lucky. Let's see. How many Salty points do I have? Oh, hey. 2,700 is definitely more than 5. Okay, let's do 1 attempt and 2 divines. Oh, I have 9 divine cores? Okay. Okay, if this deck actually turns out to do something, we might just put a couple divines in and see what happens. Okay. 1 random common equipment reroll. We have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have a 2 in 11 chance. Both the cube and the other thing. Like, we need any of the cubes. And if shit goes wrong, we'd even take the X plus 1. Alright, let's apply a random divine to all of these cards and see what happens. Gain 1 AP. Uh-huh. 2 vulnerable. You don't say. Increase damage by 30%. Increase tenacity by 100. Gain AP. I mean, I guess KAYRON is going to be our AP generator now. Stop with the fucking tenacity damage. How? No. I don't need tenacity damage on a 0-cost card. I mean, defeat, draw 3, really? You know what? It's just gonna stay on fucking 4 agony and let's forget about it. Okay, KAYRON is... KAYRON's looking good. KAYRON is looking good. My production team tells me. So we're going to move on for now. We're going to move on. And we're going to take on the Diana deck. So, 4 agony, double AP gen KAYRON. He's going to be a killer. He's going to be a killer. So now we just quickly need to build the best Diana deck nobody's ever seen before. And then life's going to be great. Let's get it. So, it took us 1 run to build KAYRON. Surely it's only going to take us 1 run to build the Diana. Could you quickly show my Serenial deck? Which Serenial deck? I don't think I've actually built a proper Serenial this season. I thought it was something I was going to get around to, but I never did. Not yet, at least. But if you want to build a Serenia, I think it's still rather easy. You focus on one of the homing lasers, and then you put a divine on it. And that's like almost done already. There we go. Okay. We found the perfect Diana bullet card persona. Awesome. Okay, which card do we already have? I think we want to get what? A divine with all my heart, right? So we have the with all my heart already. Which means we can now remove 2 of these cards already. Light work, light work. What do you mean homing lasers? You mean bullet Serenia? Yeah, we might just have to build... Like, depending on how this deck turns out, we might just have to build a bullet Serenial as well. Okay. We're going to get our divine with all my heart. If Fate and us can hold hands and work together, this is going to be the 1-cost turn card. It wasn't. It isn't even here. Well, we have re-epiphany stations, so it's not that bad. It's not going to be that bad. It's going to be fine. How can I make the hidden boss in Theater of Illusions appear? Need for the adult event quest? Oh, that's simple. Whenever you saw the event we just did, you see this like steely with this engraved boss face. You need to view it. So you need to click on this like magnifying glass on any of these steely stages, and that activates the hidden boss. We are so unlucky. I don't feel that unlucky yet. I think it's gonna be fine. Did you curse my game? Like, I've seen a lot of things, but saying we are unlucky and then having me crash on the next unidentified area for no reason is a little rude. I think that's a little rude. I think that's just a tiny bit too much. Yeah, but freeze every delegation like this had a purpose, and that was Cthulhu appeared. But to my knowledge, Cthulhu would never appear on a fight in an unidentified area. So there wasn't even a chance that Brother Cthulhu was gonna deem us worthy with his presence. The KAYRON deck's epiphanies being good are just as much as Elias Yuki's buffs being good, LMAO. Before you judge... Oh, also on the note of Death Brand, let's have a look at Death Brand again. Death Brand... But okay, let me speak up my thoughts first. Before you judge the Yuki buffs, let them at least arrive on the live servers, okay? Before we start already hating in advance on buffs that aren't even here yet. Brother, give them the time to breathe. That is like as if you were to kill a unborn. You don't do that in that sense. Like, just give them a chance to prove that they at least have worth to us. Because if this 50% multiplier turns out to be a 1.5x final damage multiplier, chances are tiny, then you better shut up. If it's only 50% to the base value, that is still on average 150%. I'm a Yuki main, I know those buffs suck, then you aren't a true Yuki main. Then you are just a LARPer. You're just an RP guy. If you were a true Yuki main, you would defend her until death. You would be ever so grateful for you to get even more attention than any other character since release of the damn game. If you were a true Yuki main, you wouldn't be slandering buffs before they even hear. By the way, thanks for the Yuki deck build, you made it. You know what's great? The Yuki deck we've built before is perfectly prepared for the Yuki buffs that come. You would see, he would defend his E5 Yuki till death. And imagine if he gets E6 Yuki with the dupe changes and the dupe buffs. My guy would go nuclear. But yeah, okay, Deathbrand, right? Somebody asked, what the fuck about Deathbrand? And I ask, I don't know, what's Deathbrand's purpose? So, Deathbrand, plus 80% damage amount each time this card is used to attack the target inflicted with Deathbrand. I don't know. Does this mean like when a card has Deathbrand and the target has Deathbrand, you get 4 morale permanently per time you attack something that has Deathbrand? But what happens if something has 2 stacks of Deathbrand? Do you then get 160% every time? Or is it just based on the amount of Deathbrands at the time of getting attacked? I don't know. Because this thing is not good enough to be worth using. Does it stack though? Exactly, nobody knows because nobody's building it. I mean, you said you would need a move card effect. Have you thought about how there's like this entire move a persona card effect right out in the open? So if that was all it's needed to make Deathbrand good, then why is Deathbrand not good? Or is Deathbrand good? Nobody knows because nobody plays it. I have E6 Yuki and she still gets mocked by 9. No, that's on you. You are letting her getting mocked by 9. That's the same as taking your child and throwing her into the lions. You know? Like, you go into a zoo, you take your child, you throw it to the lions, and then you're like, look, my child is dying. And the answer to that is yes. Why would you ever throw your child to the lions anyway? That is how that goes. Press X to doubt, and you're pressing X. Well, at least you are firmly somewhere in this whole Yuki conflict. That's good. But yeah, come on, let's finish this deck up. Let's get it into a run and let's see if this Bullet KAYRON can even do anything. I think it's clearly Adelheid. I don't know. It's clearly Adelheid influence. Must be. Reduce cost of this card by 1. Now, something I'm wondering right now. The Heartbreaker bullets. If we use them, they obviously get exhausted. But if they get discarded, they don't get exhausted. So maybe we need a discard engine for KAYRON. But then nah, that also doesn't really make a lot of sense. I don't know. We're gonna keep re-epiphanying this one. Yeah, but honestly, I'd really just say, before we judge how much more help Yuki actually needs, just let her come to the, like, just let the patch come to the damn game. Right? Like, before we already judge the Yuki buffs and how they are or aren't enough, let's at least give him a chance and let's at least have a look at what they do. Right? Let's at least let them arrive in the game. See if they're anything useful. And if they aren't, then well shit. Then we gotta hope for another one. It is what it is. Give me one reason to use E6 Yuki over E6 Hyde Mary. Brother, you could ask that question for any other character in the game. The entire idea of Chaos Zero Nightmare is not necessarily that you just have to use one specific, like, if Yuki is your favorite character in the game, then well, you're gonna use her everywhere because you can. That is the entire idea, because you can and nobody can stop you. But nobody can force you to use her. I mean, they could give Yuki a nuke that does a quadrillion damage and you still wouldn't have to use her. Like, that's the entire idea. If you have E6 Height Mary, then just use E6 Height Mary all the time. If that's what you want to do, then that is what you should be doing. It is that straightforward. You enjoyed Yuki for the week in Salty? Yeah, I think the Salty buffs were pretty sweet. But also a little weird in the sense that I thought the buffs they gave in Salty to Haru turned out to be more potent than the ones they gave to Yuki. But then again, I guess it was still implemented well. At the minimum. Using Renoa after deploying height onto literally everything makes me feel bad for her, but I love the gal. Ah, that's just the way it goes. You've been using Renoa for launch, yeah, and then you would, for example, also agree that why they haven't done a crazy amount for Renoa, post-launch and pre-launch, or better said, launch Renoa and current Renoa are also already significantly different. Come on, give us the right epiphany, you can do it. Maybe make it even divine. No, but at least we didn't have to get hit with the weird increased tenacity damage divine. That would have been awkward. So now we just need a right copy. Meow. Badoof. Yuki is as dead as that poison chick. See, that's the thing, man. At least call it agony. At least pay Tressa the proper respect. Like, you can't just say poison, because it's not poison. It never was, never will be. Because it's clearly the agony that you get inflicted with when you look at that deck. Also, you know what I'm really looking forward to already, even though it's completely without any, like, reason? I really want to see if we get any more changes moving into Season 4. I'm very much looking forward to what they're gonna cook up for all the other non-Yuki, Shizuru, Haru characters. Agony will shine again. Exactly. There will be a DOT season. And when that season arrives, y'all gonna have to eat your words. That's exactly how that goes. Yuki isn't even dead. Exactly. You hope they give Lucas some love at some point. That is true. See, before we mourn the loss of, like, this and that and here and there, how about Lucas actually gets a buff? Like, at all. At some point. Because, I mean, he's cool. And if you play him in a sortie, he'd probably be able to, like, ball out to a quite significant degree. But hey, at least just, I don't know, make his bullets 0 cost. His bullets are still too expensive. I know the E6 with, like, 1 bullet cost reduction or whatever, but, let's buff all men. Wait, I think you have to clarify. What are you looking for? Are you looking to buff all men, or are you looking for buff men? I wouldn't be too sure. I'm getting a little confused. We don't talk about Owen. You're looking for both. Okay, okay. We don't want Owen. Both. Like, let's be real here in a purely would it be epic way. Give me like some bodybuilder type character that just has like a knuckle ring and he just punches people. Who cares? Like, sure. Or just give us Judas. Just give us Judas as a playable character and a lot of our problems would already be solved. See, at this point, the fact that they are working on a male character at all is our only lifeline in these dark, dark times. Nine is a bodybuilder. I mean, just because she has a gym home screen. 12% defense? Ew. Did Cien ever make a new male character post-launch? Not yet. Not yet, but you just watch. Any season now. Any season now they're gonna do it. Any season now. We're getting close. Who are we building? We are building a Diana to make Bullet KAYRON. Come on, cop. Again, no copy event? Oof. Now the real question is... Yeah, I think we still try to re-epiphany into the upgrade card. Come on, upgrade card. Oof. Oof. Okay. Useful weapon? Anywhere? Please? I mean, that works. Better than what we currently had. Oh, we could have given KAYRON the RFS 17. Huh. Unlucky. I wonder if the elf guy... Is he an elf guy or is he an elf girl? Who knows? There's conflicting information. But he is part of the Chinese version. Chinese version's website. For those of you that are curious what exactly we're talking about. So, he's at least not gone and forgotten. Or she. I don't know. But, yeah, let's have a look. No, it's changed. Well. Where's that image? Is it still here? No, it's... no. Maybe he's gone for good then. Who knows? Oh, who's this? Is that Tina? The Veronica partner? Must be, right? It's Tina Briar Renoa. Huh. Alright. let me check my endless archive of screenshots to see if there's anything that I was talking about. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's gonna be alright. Do I go with another with all my heart? Huh. Okay, no guarantees on how great this deck is gonna work together. But it's going to have to work together. Yeah. Alright, let's see it. Have I seen the new character that appears in the story? Have I seen the new character that appears in the story? See, I don't know who you might be talking about. How about we run a try run of the build? See, this is exactly what I wanted to try. Who's a good AoE character? You could run 9 as an AoE character. You have the dedicated AoE character in Yuki. You could run... you could do a lot of single target damage, which turns somebody AoE in Hyde Mary. You could try and do some semi-AoE shenanigans on somebody like a Diana. You could do Khalib. But, yeah. July 8th, people. July 8th, and we might actually understand who she is and what she's doing. Other than her? Nope. Other than her, I might have not played the story far enough on the account yet, because we aren't level 40. Didn't really play that actively. So, she should be chapter 4, so I need to get to level 40 so I can play chapter 5. Or chapter 4. Nah, she's chapter 3 then. Well, it's not like I was playing night and day on the CN account. That's why. Bet she's an NPC. She's an NPC until she gets turned into a player character. It's that simple. They just have to release her. Nice and easy. So CN already has different story? They do. Because it would be a little weird from a tactical standpoint. Think about it. You launch the game, and a month later you're like, yeah, you know this like game we launched? And the story you just played through? Yeah, that's all different, actually. Here, take this new story. She's gonna be a partner character? It's gonna be alright. Nah, man, she got that NPC face. Sure. Whatever you say. She might have. Okay. Who do we run as like a third man to this very legit team? So, KAYRON's ready. We only have to make his gear ready, which we do very easily. And the way we make his gear ready is by selecting 2 sets. We select Executioner's Tool and we select Prelude to a Hero. And then piece for piece we just give him the Hyde Mary pieces. The only other change might just be the goblet, where we again do the same sets, right? Prelude to a Hero and Executioner's Tool, but we're going to limit it to Void or Attack. And those are our options. Let's see. So we have a 6.4% attack crit chance is pretty nice. On an attack chassis, be a lot of crit damage, some crit chance. Defense is a little unfortunate, but it does have extra damage, which is cool. This one's sweet-ish. This one's a little weird. This one's too much defense. This one's no crit. This one's hopeless. This one's hopeless. This one's hopeless. So it is probably gonna have to end up being this one. But it doesn't add up, because then I'd have to swap one of these pieces for Prelude to a Hero. But that's not too bad, because we have a couple lying around that might become viable. So. I don't really want to use any of these. But I also don't want to swap anything else in. Well, that should do it. That should do it. Okay.
私が欲しい
52, 196.
私
Or
が
technically,
欲しい
actually, 67.1 on 196. Now, that's the only question. Do we do E1 KAYRON? So that we can create 2 more futilities. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we do it. Maybe we keep... Let's keep him like this for now and let's see how it goes.
あ、来てくれた。館長は安全な人。
And let's bring Cassius first.
少し劇的な演出私を
And see if it's a disaster.
と思うよ
Because if it's a disaster, then, well, things have to change. It's that simple. Mikoko. Let's take her. Let's take some pieces. Put the pieces in. Why ever defense is not a recommended stat on a Cassius, I'll never understand. This is always gonna be a mystery to me. Okay, and then KAYRON partner is gonna be Eloise.
はい、エルロイズ、出撃準備完了です。
Yeah. That would work. Okay. Let's give it a look.
私に会いに来てくれたんですか？
Bullet KAYRON, attempt number 1.
館長、私に会いに来てくれた。
Let's get it.
戦闘慣れしている
いつでも言ってくださいね。
命令し超越だ裏側をもう一度振ってみようか
愛を広げてあげます。どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
I don't think we actually want to discard any of these. Not actively, but we're kind of forced to do so. Well, we're having a little bit of
私の気持ち、
starting trouble, if you will. Because it's different in terms of like decks that usually make sense. But it will be fine. He shall show his worth in a second. So we have the upgrade out.
もう一度振ってみようもう一度振ってみようか
Get our standard things in. We can use the Joker
できかね
to get our tried and trusted quest card.
こんなのはどうだい
Ooh, we might have even been able to go for a different quest card.
愛を広げてあげます
Alright,
から。どんな
whatever.
お悩みでもちゃ
It's
んとお
going
聞
to
き
be
しますよ。
fine. The fact that we have to discard 2 might actually come to bite us in the ass, though. Alright, let's see.
裏か表か
We obviously do our draw 1 as usual. Let's get the this one out as well.
命令しろ
And there we go. Let's draw one.
いつでも言ってくださいね。どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
Okay, so far so good.
私の気持ち。
この程度でいいだろう。
Ah, she did too much damage. KAYRON didn't even get the chance to shine yet.
もう一度振ってみようか。裏側
This is the perfect time to shuffle,
してみよう。
just so we make the deck even smaller.
派手にこんなのはどうだ。もう一度振ってみようか。もう一度振ってみようか。
愛を広げてあげますから。
待っている。
Okay.
裏か表か。よっ。
いつで私の気持ち受け取ってください。
派手にこんなのはどうだい。
愛を広げてあげますから。どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。私の気持ち、私の気持ち。
He's going to get his chance. Any day now.
裏かこんなのはどうだい。
Any day now he's gonna get his chance. Just. Like look, he already has the perfect card here.
広げてあげますから。
待っている。命令しろ。有意義な苦痛に。
天井の演奏をお聞かせします。
待っている。
I wonder how much damage does like a bullet from a KAYRON do?
足りないな。
1.5k. Okay. But that's obviously with us just playing the card rather than... maybe we do want the quietest option. Just so it has more oomph, you know?
派手にこんなの。
Maybe we do want the quietest option on KAYRON. But this should work now. Hopefully. So... Why is everything dying so fast?
裏か表。
This is ruining our deck. In the sense that we're getting a bunch of nonsense in there.
もう一度振ってみようか。
Now you might be saying, but isn't your entire deck nonsense? How can that make your deck worse? And you wouldn't be that wrong, but also it wouldn't be very kind.
終わりにしてやろう。
私の気持ち。
Okay, let's see if we can get a half proper turn out against these very weak enemies.
ありませんか。
Ooh. No, not quite. Okay, let's see. So,
もう一度振って
we go in. Awesome.
命令し。足りない。
Bam, bam.
足りない。
Okay, the pieces are in play.
でも言ってくださいね。どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。私の気持ち、私の気持ち受け取ってください。
Okay, nice. Now we also have bullet Cassius.
待っている。
Very useful.
広げてあげますから。
Because you know, like if you have yeah, I don't know. Okay,
選んで
but luckily we can at least discard these cards here and still draw a couple more cards for them.
愛の力、
There we go. Nice.
愛の力。
こんなの。
Looking good.
もう一度振って
You just watch. You just watch. This is going to be prime entertainment here. We are almost done. We just need to figure out what else we want to do. How much AP do we have? Enough. Great. Okay, perfect. Let's get it.
これ以上。
Bullet KAYRON. Prime time.
足りないな。足りないな。
And
裏かをこんな。
not done yet.
どうだい。待っている。足りないな。足りないな。
Come on, KAYRON. Shoot. Shoot. You can do it.
命令し。足りないな。足りないな。
Yeah, we definitely need quietus. And the reason why we want quietus is so that we can then create a bullet chain. So it does seem to be of utmost importance for us to not only have it with all my heart, but to also get the apply quietus to bullet cards, so that every bullet card of KAYRON reuse ends up being more potent. Yes. But hey, we almost whooped his ass. So, let's get that again.
一度振ってみようか。
いつでも言ってあなたのための贈り物です。
こんなの
Yeah, we might just have to get a bit of a
私の気持ちせい
better Diana start.
見とれるよ
How many copies of each whoop we try to go for? That's a good one. I mean, none of these decks are actually perfect. But I also think we got a bit screwed by the enemies being too weak. So how about we check this out here? How about we check this out against like 100 something K HP and see how it goes. So, first card is out. Also remember, we didn't find the upgrade card on Blooming Love as well.
裏顔こんなのは
So we're just trying to get as many cards out as possible.
派手にいく。もう一度振ってみようか。裏か表か。もう一度振ってみようか。待っている。
We have nothing to convert the bullets for right now. So I don't think there'd be much of a point in us making them. So we're not going to do that. At least not now.
派手にいこうかね。もう一度振ってみようか。
Okay, let's get the quest.
どうだい？
Now we have the quest out of the way. We can then...
派手にいく。運命というべきかね。
What kind of KAYRON card would I want in my hand if I could get any KAYRON card in my hand? Or what if I could get any card in my hand? What kind of card would I want in my hand? Let's go with the standard devil dice. Maybe it draws us something nice.
もう一度振ってみようか。
Okay.
命令し足りない。
愛を広げてあげまどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。はあ、愛のちやえい私の気持ち私の気持ち受け取ってください。
派手にいく。こんなの。
せいはあ、愛のち
足りないな。待っている。足りないな。裏顔こんなの。
So we currently have one KAYRON bullet in the discard pile. Okay.
いつでも言ってくださいね。愛を広げてあげますから神のいえ私の愛ですけどどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。いつでも私の気持ち受け取ってください。
派手にいく。もう一度振ってみようか。裏顔も運命というべきかね。命令し足りない。派手にいく。こんなのはどうだい？裏顔もう一度振ってみようか。待っている。足りない。
愛を広くどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。やっえい
This is I think one of the most unfortunate things to some decks, and that is some decks just get a little less efficient if the enemies die too fast.
いつでもどうですか。元気あふれてきましたよね。
有意義な苦痛に。
あなたのための贈り物です。
足りないな。
私の気持ち
Like, look at
受け
this.
取ってください。
But like this is we are clearly onto something here.
私の気持ち私の気持ち
命令し足りない。足りないな。
We just have to figure out a way how to make it work.
派手にこんなのはどうだい？もう一度振ってみようか。待って有意義な苦痛に。
愛を広くどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。私の気持ち私の気持ち受け取ってください。
命令し足りないな。
Yeah, we do need quietus on them, don't we?
やっえい
Really wish you could put Luke's partner on KAYRON here so he could generate real bullets. Yeah, that could be fun as well. But I don't like how you're calling my Heartbreaker KAYRON to be using fake bullets. His bullets are as real as anybody else's. I don't want any bullet segregation. Bullet KAYRON is as real as any other bullet character. Now what we might need is a reliable way to get futilities back in our hand. Because currently we are looking at a bit of a problem. Yeah. Alright, there we go, and then, yep, and that's alright. And then we can use the Joker to find the Echoes of True Abyss. Then we can use Blooming Love. That was the wrong order. Let me fix that. It doesn't really matter, the enemy doesn't have enough HP. As is anyway. Okay, let's take on the big guy. Let's take on the big guy with the best KAYRON build ever. Surely that, like, it must work. Our KAYRON build's so good it cannot fail. Like, our deck might be a little bloated at this point. But that's par for the course, you know? That's like standard. It's normal. Okay. I mean, do you see this? Do you see the potential? 5,800 damage? 981% extra attack damage to a random enemy? Doesn't this at least look interesting? Okay, that's probably like the top end of what this is ever gonna be. Interesting. But I think it's pretty cool. Also, we're doing twice as much damage through the extra attack damage portion than the normal playing portion. Which means, yes, we do want Quietus on Diana. Very much so. No Quietus on Diana is big ouchie. Why did I get rid of the futility? Don't know. Is there a website for teams and the decks for characters in them? No, but somebody in the community is working on it and I'm waiting for him to give me his fucking API application so I can smack it in my own website and I can actually get to deck building so that you can just go and have a look at all the decks that I can come up with in my funny head in one place. Yeah. So far there's no options, but we are getting pretty close to a revolution, you could say. We are getting pretty close to a revolution in terms of deck building. Now, I'm just not too sure how to feel about Bullet Cassius. Bullet Cassius is a little sad. That he is. You know, I don't know why, but I thought in my mind we'd have more than 3 bullets. But look at this extra attack damage. 1000%. If only we could crit.
もう一度振ってみよう。こんなのはどうだい？
I think we're dead. But that is because we've been mainly playing around trying to make something happen rather than actually making something happen. But yeah, at least we've learned what I thought we were gonna learn anyway, and that is, with all my heart, yes, obviously, but we do also need a different version of it, the version that makes the cards quietus, right? That is what we also need. And here, I mean, how many bullets could we create each turn currently at a maximum? The maximum number of bullets we could create each turn right now is 9. 9 bullets. That is the bullet KAYRON of today. Wait, what if we... I think we might be able to survive another turn. Or do we have to play the KAYRON exhaust card to apply the weakness? Wait, let me check again. For one turn, when a card is exhausted, apply 1 weaken to a random enemy. He doesn't look very weakened so far. But it wasn't quite enough. We would have had to apply 2 stacks because he was attacking twice. But it's not important. It is not important. So we know that KAYRON's deck right now at least can work to the degree that we want it to. But what we need to tweak is undoubtedly gonna have to be the Diana deck. It's gonna have to be the Diana deck. And also, if we want to take this KAYRON that's 1 step further, we'd have to perfect it with the vines. But that's kind of how it always goes. Especially, like, I think one of the bigger drawbacks here would just be the fact that we're using a KAYRON and a Diana, and none of the two draw as well on top of what they do. So that means we might be fairly limited in getting the chance to actually play our entire deck. And now I find myself swapping all the pieces that we just swapped away back on. Yes. So we're just going to steal from Orlea. But, you know what I just realized? What we're stealing from Orlea is DPS Orlea. Which isn't necessarily something we need on a healer. So I guess we just go back to taking them from Cassius again. Yeah, I know. I have the currency. I probably also have the pieces, but I don't find myself using all too many supports in terms of like the standard support. So I don't have every one of them built at the same time, leading to whatever disaster this is. It's not even particularly hard to build any of these dudes. Nor do we actually have a set here. So it's just pretentious anyway. It's gonna be fine. Wait, we're out of save data space again? Yo, Dago, what's up? What's up? Okay, I'm going to register everything below 40,000. I don't need anything below 40,000. Okay. Come on, the perfect Diana deck. We are going to get the bullet transformation. We are going to get the quietus application. What else? And we're gonna get a useful divine somewhere along the line, maybe, with a little luck. Yeah. Seasonal cards and equipment will be always on a 30% discount. I don't think this works. Or better said, the last time I actively took it and tried to rely on it, it didn't work. It probably works now with my luck. But the last time I wanted to use this didn't work. But hey, as long as it works now, it'd be great. So we should already have, yeah, we do have the With All My Heart. So getting a divine on it shouldn't be that difficult. Just need to find the event. Also, what happened to the chat? Did I take it away? No. Did I? Nope, you're still fine. That's good. Alright, let's see. What's this? Wrong card. Awesome. The thing is, if you have both types with all my heart, then you can have 8 futility and 1 of each. Play the changed one to have 8 bullets and the quietest one. Then play the quietest one to have, and then 2, and then with the and then they all play. I don't know. Maybe. A lot of words in that sentence. That's for sure. Okay. Yep, we have the change with all. But we epiphanied early. That's unfortunate. Wait, what the fuck? Hey! Akira, appreciate the gifted sub to Neon Demon G, hey? Welcome, welcome. He can now also emote spam if that would ever be within his interests. Appreciate the gifted, man. Thank you very much. Increase cost by 2? No. Nope. 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 On Ravage with this card, surely. Surely that's what I'm gonna do. On Ravage with this card. Because that's the only thing that makes sense. Hey, it's a frog. Alright. 7 or more. Apply exhaust, decrease morale. Apply retain. No. No, it's discard pile, it wouldn't work. I wonder what the devs are going to come up with as the Season 4 seasonal mechanic. I think they have a very tall task ahead of them, trying to make something more imposing than the Persona system. When a quietest card is discarded through an ability by allies, draw one time per turn. That works. That's okay. Can no longer spark epiphanies. Aww. No more epiphanies for us. I just joined. What's this bullet, KAYRON? Okay, here. Straightforward, simple. You're gonna get the secret sauce. This one. This one turns 1 cost or lower exhaust cards, which futilities are, into heartbreakers. The important part though is these heartbreakers aren't Diana cards. No, they are KAYRON cards. Which makes bullet KAYRON. Fail mechanic could be a hint, right? I don't know. Would it really be a hint in that sense? I mean, we have a draw divine on Kamiya, Milk, and Pong, which is something. I mean, Kamiya, Milk, and Pong didn't seem to be the most reliable card ever anyway last round, so we might as well take it for now and see what it turns into. You need grass touching. Uh-huh. What a name. I didn't even see your name before. So, mark, cost, haste. Nope. Divine. Sure. You know what'd be great? This divine has a lot of potential on one specific type of card. This one. At the start of each turn, when this card is the first card used, draw 2. What we now need to find is a card with a mechanic that guarantees comes to your hand at the start of each turn. And is something you want to play. One of the cards I think of might be something like a Fey card. There's a Fey card that always comes to your hand at the start of every turn, which would be fine. We also have maybe the Serenial homing laser with the move to hand, but I don't know. Naja? Like the discard for Diana and the defense from Naja. Yeah, Naja's card would work. But Diana? Diana has a comes to hand at the beginning of each turn. I don't really remember that one. But I might be washed. Alright, let's see. Let's apply a Divine to Blooming Love, and maybe we get something silly. Treat it as a common card, draw a common card. Yeah, no. It's not even the right base Epiphany, because if it was a base Epiphany, we'd want to get the upgrade card. That's okay. Wait. I picked the wrong persona. It's not bullet cards until used. Okay, let's have a quick look at the Naja card again. And then maybe debate if that thing ever actually would realistically make sense in a competitive Naja deck in exchange for what she usually does. So, Najaruni. It's this one, right? At the start of the turn, if Voracity was activated 3 or more times in the previous turn, move to hand. This one with the, if this card is at the start of your turn, the card used, draw 2. It would be a 0 cost draw 2 Shackles of Hunger. The only problem would be it'd be 20 save data. That would be the only problem with it. But it would be a 0 cost draw 2. Reliably. Huh. Alright, let's hope I don't pick the wrong one. What is Bullet KAYRON? Bullet KAYRON is a myth until we make it happen. That is what Bullet KAYRON is. But no, Bullet KAYRON relies on Diana to turn futilities into bullets. But these bullets are still KAYRON cards. So KAYRON can live out his dream as a gun-wielding, gun-shooting menace. Charger Bings. Yo, what's up, what's up? Each time a card is discarded to an ability, damage amount should be fine. Alright, let me get something to drink real quick. There we go. Alright, Fusion expansion, credits, Everything else going well. We already have the Epiphany. See, this is why I think it's a little unfortunate, especially if you're Divine Hunt. Oh, no, we don't. It's a new run. Oh. Yeah, maybe not. But we can at least re-epiphany later, and we did have a divine chance, so it wasn't that bad. It could have been worse. Okay, what kind of epiphanies do we have? Something that we can... We could already get rid of a Pistol Purification, which means we will get rid of a Pistol Purification. Hmm.
新しい品ですか？もちろんお見せしますとも。新しい品ですか？じゃじゃーん。ぜひぜひ。生きてたらまた。
What epiphany? This one.
みんなに愛が届くように。
Yeah, we're looking for this one. Changes all 1 cost or lower exhaust cards in hand into Heartbreakers. That is what we're looking for. We want 2 copies of that one. And then probably 1 copy of another version of With All My Heart. And the other version we're looking for is the one that turns them into... Yeah, okay, I think I know the split now. So we want the turn 1 cost into bullet card version twice, the make bullet cards quietest card once, and then if we can afford it, we want 2 copies. We don't have it yet, but we want 2 copies of the legendary card, one of them as the upgrade version and the other one as the draw and discard version. Yeah. Whoops. What's this? Oh. No, I don't really see the use. Wait. What would be the point of this? That'd be pretty pointless, yeah. How about Bullet Typhara? That is above my pay grade. Probably would ruin the entirety of Typhara's purpose as a character. Yeah. Now, you might be able to spin this entire thing and be like, but isn't that the same thing you're doing for KAYRON? No. That's different. Yeah, the big problem with Bullet Serenia though, you cannot turn her homing lasers, the ones that always come back. But you could certainly make something happen with the homing laser Ls, right? Also, I think this Persona card we're building on Diana is kind of sick, in a sense. In the way that we can also use it to just activate a KAYRON card for free to a certain point, and then it's just, I guess, gone because it served its purpose. Come on, good perk. Lead card of this unit is discarded. I don't know if any of her cards actually are lead cards. Can you do this with Renoa, and wouldn't it work the same? Yes, we could also do it with Renoa, and it would work the same. Maybe even a little smoother. Because she has a few more ways of generating bullets. But you are best off just letting Renoa have her own bullets. It's better that way. Okay, Blooming Love. Blooming Love, we also want a few different epiphanies there. Now, Blooming Love is also a bit of a risk. In the sense that... Let's get rid of this card first, and let me check the store before I make any mistakes. And then I can talk. Now, what I meant by it being a risk was the fact that when we now were to get an epiphany on it, it becomes unique, so we wouldn't be able to duplicate it. Which means we kind of want to duplicate it first, then get 2 different epiphanies on it, though that kind of ruins our deck composition should we gain... Oh, Divine. Skip. That ruins our chances if we don't get a copy event. Like, we really need a copy event if we want to pull off what I'm thinking of pulling off. No copy event and it's kind of tough. The thing is, we want it to be KAYRON rather than any combatant, even if some of them are better at it. No, see, that's the way this is. I don't think anyone is better than KAYRON at using this, because it doesn't particularly do anything great in most cases, because of the fact that it's still the combatants cards and not Diana's cards. So I'm not even too sure who would particularly be better at getting their own cards turned into bullets. Come on. Give me something. You know what? Fuck it. We're just going to change it into the Khmer Milk and Pong retain card, and then I'm never gonna play the card, and I'm gonna be a happy person. Bullet Tresser. That is true. Bullet Tresser could be kinda sick. Bullet Tresser might actually be better than normal Tresser. Bullet Tresser might actually be better than normal Tresser. Who knows? Okay. Now, which card do I end up copying? I think with all my heart first, because it's more important to our purpose. But so long as we get in copy event, this becomes a non-issue really. We just need to find a copy event. That Milk and Pong retain tag always showed up, so annoying. It did indeed. But you know, it might just be for the best. Because the other one would just be a generic discard too. And we might not even... Cthulhu, we might not even need that much. Maybe we get the Cthulhu sword. Or I guess dagger. I don't even know what it is. Is it a sword? Is it a dagger? I don't even know it itself knows what it is. Nah, sphere randomness. No. I'd rather take the coin. Okay. Engraving, sure. What do you have? Alright. Let's get some Umbra engravings going. Why not? Boom, dead. Epiphany, Whirlpool, had to be. It's always Whirlpool, every time. I don't even think we get any Epiphanies, right? Like, the only time we get useful cards is if we get to a shop. Or if we find a copy event and then get to a shop. So, it's all very reliant on getting to a shop. I think it was 1-3 for, like, big coin. Not Bitcoin, big coin. 300 coin. That's a lot of coin. Yeah, I think we go for less use, more activations. Okay. Let's look through the gear. Oh no, let's not forget to say this one, because we don't need it. Damage amount of Quietus cards. I mean, sure. Okay, here we are looking for the 2-cost Quietus card. There we go. Nice. And now the question is, will we get a copy event, yes or no? Because if we can get a copy event before we get to the final boss, we're going to end up copying the gold card, hoping to then turn one of them into the upgrade version. Do multiple X+1 accessories stack? Like, let's say I have X+1 on 3 different characters. Does that make it X+1 on 3 different characters? Or, like, better said, X+1 on, like, X+3 on 1 character? Okay, let's see. I mean, we could still try. I mean, what is the stage looking like? 3 more copy events. Meditation is very expensive though, so maybe we don't. Okay. Okay, great. Now we're gonna copy Blooming Love. And then we get rid of these enemies. I think the persona is fine the way it is. More credits, great. Is this gonna be like a pick and no. Okay. Huh. So! By the power of Grayskull, I summon the upgrade card. There we go. Light work. Okay, the only problem with the upgrade card would be what if? What if we already happen to have a Quietus card in hand? If no Quietus card of this unit on hand, draw a Quietus card of this unit. Ah, then again we can just play the Quietus card to get the other Quietus card. Genius. Genius. When attacked, discard a random Quietus. That's alright. That's okay. That's fine. Nothing to see here. 1 Lux engraving. We can't really do anything with that. And as our final gear piece, we're going to get nothing of use. Awesome. But we do have all the copies. Now, I do think it'd be for the best to get another change all 1 cost or lower cards in hand into Heartbreakers instead of an additional with all my heart. 2 cost. Okay, The deck's finished. It now has more cards than before. But maybe it's now a better deck. You were AFK for a few minutes. What did I miss? Did we have a breakthrough? I mean, we built the deck we wanted to build. On Diana, that is. Is it a breakthrough? No. So, we need a character to run alongside this team in the tower. Should it be Cassius or should it be somebody else? We just need somebody with like an obscene amount of draw, preferably. The more draw, the better. Yeah, we could go for... You know what? Why not? You know what? Why not? Let's do... you know the name. So let's do Waypoint Recall, Eternal Hunger Nia, there we go. Only took 100 years for me to think of it. And then Nia... Partner, I wanted to change the partner. Partner's gonna be Nyx. Memory fragments. Where did your memory fragments go? Who took them? Did I take them? I probably did. Why did I take your memory fragments? Why am I so mean? Okay. Sweet. Yeah, this should work. Maybe. Let's get it! Bullet KAYRON take 2. Is there a website or Google Docs for build? It's currently being built. Does not exist yet. I should have Echo of Utility. Ah, you know what? Didn't really make a difference. Okay. We obviously just have to clear out the deck, make sure we get what we need out. Yeah, as I said, we're doing too much damage. We're clearly balling too much, and that's a problem. Whoops. That was the worst thing I could have done. None of these options are good. But extra attacks on like empty decks and whatnot from a KAYRON should now be a lot more devastating. Okay. So far so good. No! My Eternal Hunger looks a little different today. But I'm not quite sure why. So, that doesn't work. Eternal Hunger qualifies as a zero cost exhaust card. This is not going to work. We have to pick somebody else. This is not happening. Let's just try Cassius again. And he's going to be fine. He's not even gonna have any serious pieces because he doesn't need to. There's going to be a big carry job coming from KAYRON and Diana now, so he can actually sit back, kick back, relax, and have some fun. Or maybe it is actually time to whip out. Maybe it's actually time to whip out Adelheid. My only issue with Adelheid is the deck I have is not the deck I want due to not having enough Once Upon a Times. That'd be my biggest gripe. Like, the one deck I have, I think it's pretty cool, but it could be so much cooler. You know, it could be so much better. So we probably wouldn't be able to get all our pieces. No, wait. Diana's pretty self-sufficient. This could work. Let's give it a look. When's Faye coming out? July 8th. Or 24 days from now. Watch. I'm going to turn these heartbreakers into heartbreakers. I'm a magician. That was the wrong playing order. Yeah, no, let's just go back to Cassius for now. It's less of a hassle. If I had the Adelheid build I wanted to have, then this wouldn't be as much of a thing. I mean, we could also try a slot in the Typhara. It's just... I don't need that much AP. Really. So, Cassius, he's just gonna have to do it. He's gonna make it work. Watch. He's gonna make it work. He's gonna be so good at this. So. Nice. At least we now have these things being bullets, which is good. And now they are quieters, which is perfect. What would these bullets do if they weren't quieters? Sure. Hey, we at least were able to play all the KAYRON cards, so our deck didn't become a lot thicker suddenly, which is good. Okay. Oh, we almost had enough. We just didn't have enough to play it. Okay, let's get the quest. We have a lot of cards in our hand.
私の気持ち
待っている。
愛を広げてあげますから。
Okay.
いつでもどうですか？
So let's increase some bullet damage.
溢れてきましたよね。
Get started on the futilities. I meant the bullets.
私の気持ち受け取ってください。
And then... What?
派手に行こう。運命というべきか。
Then we gotta get ourselves the blooming love.
裏顔こんなのはどうだい。派手に行こう。もう一度振ってみようか。命令し足りない。
Okay.
愛を広げ、どんなお悩みでもちゃんと
And then we turn them first. Then we turn them into quietest cards.
私の気持ちあなたのための贈り物です。
There we go. Okay. Perfect.
待っている。
No, maybe not.
いつでも言ってください。
命令しろ。
愛を広げてあげますから。
Okay, I think they might already be quietest cards. It just takes an action for it to look like one. Yeah, they are quietest. Look. It just... No, they just got this card. Are they quietest? Are they not? They are. They are. It just... Sometimes it looks like they aren't. And if you do something, then they are. Like, look. They are quietest. It just didn't show instantly. So, okay, that's better than getting scammed. So it does work, which is great.
いつでもいい私の気持ち。
派手にこんなのはどうだい。
愛を広げてあげますから。神の、あ、いえ、私の愛ですけど。私の気持ち。
この程度でいいだろう。
私の気持ち受け取って。
But we're gathering too many bullets. Once again, I blame the game for giving us too weak enemies. If the enemies were stronger, we wouldn't be gathering so many bullets.
もう一度振ってみようか。裏顔こんなのはどうだい。待っている。足りない。派手に行こう。運命というべきかね。
Okay, this could work. So we now have them in hand. Now we can use Blooming Love
悩みでもちゃんと
to get them with all my heart. But they aren't bullets yet.
あなたのための贈り物です。
こんなのはどうだい。
But it's okay.
私の気持ち、私の気持ち、私の気持ち、私の気持ち、愛よ、いや。愛を広、私の気持ち。
Because now they are bullets. There we go. We somehow weaseled our way into a one-turn kill on that enemy. But this right here is going to be the true test. Stronger enemies, more annoying bosses, and this should be the stage for him to do nuts things. Hopefully.
愛を広げてあげ。
待っている。
いつでも言ってくださいね。
命令し、これ以上必要か。
どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。愛を広げ。
Alright, sure, why not?
元気溢れてきました。
Getting those cards activated early ain't too bad.
私の気持ち、私の気持ち、私の気持ち。
Just remember, at the beginning we just have to like get out all the quest cards, the upgrade cards, the usual shabam. It just takes a bit. Especially with them being rather expensive. Doubt this team would be able to beat 135. Nah, you're just a hater. This team is clearly meant for higher purposes. Yeah. So, we're getting to the point where we've played out most of our skill cards. Or better said, most of our upgrade cards. And now this should be one of the glimpses of light in terms of what this deck will be able to do at its full potential. I just need to think about what I want to do here. Okay, I feel like we can summon a bunch of futilities first. Then use the Joker to find the Blooming Love. Unlucky. Maybe we do only need one copy of With All My Heart. It didn't turn the bullets. Scam. Didn't even turn them into bullets. I call betrayal. Yeah, maybe we took too many of the turn cards. Maybe we only need one copy of each. So the reason why I'm thinking one copy of each is, look, we have like a self-contained loop. We have the Blooming Love card, which guarantees us one Quietus card at the minimum. So we'd be able to get one Quietus card. In total in our deck we have 3. And the Blooming Love draws us 1. So if we were to play our cards correctly and only take one With All My Heart in both versions, then we should be able to get one of them here and the other one guaranteed here. But once again, the enemies suffer from the so-called too weak virus. The enemies are too weak. So we cannot properly show off KAYRON's glory and greatness, which is unfortunate. Like, look at that. They're all just dying without even giving us the chance to properly showcase what this KAYRON would actually be capable of. Okay, this might actually be a half decent turn. The only problem is this thing is just gonna start giving us a bunch of random cost, because that's fun and stuff. So we don't have the bullet transformation yet. We don't have enough hand space to get anything else useful going. We can't really discard this because this is not a Quietus card. We could discard this, but this doesn't really do much. Well, let's do the best we can. Also wrong order. Right? Also wrong order. Applied the Quietus before we even had the bullets ready. No, no, no. That is not how you do that. But it is enough to whoop this boss's ass, which I think is a win. Okay. Let's get it. One good turn to show off what this was all about.
派手にこんなのはどうだい裏顔も運命というべきかね
愛を広どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ
It's again the wrong quietus. Yeah, we only need one copy of both. We don't need two. Because otherwise we don't have a 100% chance to get both.
私の気持ち受け取ってください
ここがクライマックスささあ拍手喝采よ派手に
Nah, where's the extra draw?
こんなのはどうだい命令し足りない
I mean, at least for now we're getting a lot of bullets.
こんなのはどうだい
Right? That's something.
愛を広私の気持ち受け取ってください
Yeah, and there the card comes, but it's too late.
待っている足りないな
愛の
足りないな足りないな
やえい
足りないな足りないな
せい
足りないな足りないな
Okay.
派手にこんなのはどうだい裏顔も騙されたら終わりさ派手にこんなのはどうだい裏顔もう一度振ってみようか派手にもう一度振ってみようか命令し足り
愛を広げてあげますから
It doesn't really change enough.
贈り物です
And then we don't have enough AP. Unfortunate. But this is at least gonna be big damage.
私の気持ち
終わり足りないな足りないな足りないな足りないな足りないな足りないな
私の気持ち
足りないな足りないな
愛を
足りないな足りないな
Mm-hmm.
いつでもいい私の気持ち受け取ってください
足りない足りないな裏顔もう一度振ってみようか命令し足りない
愛を広げてあげますからどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよやっえい私の気持ちあなたのための贈り物です
Yeah, I don't know. According to me, KAYRON's killing it.
私の気持ち受け取ってください
Who gave KAYRON a gun? I did.
終わりには拍手喝采がつきものさ
No Tenebria kit yet. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I checked the website earlier today. I checked it earlier on stream. Yeah. We don't know. I once again reached out to ask, hey, when? If the worst thing comes to worst, we will know it. Almost getting one hit slap. No. We would never. If worst comes to worst, we're going to know it. If worst comes to worst, we know the kid when she comes out. Did I try the Briar Overload deck? I know about the Briar Overload deck. Okay. Let's do one more. Let's do one more Diana run to get the deck that we are imagining. And then let's see if we can pull out the vision so that KAYRON can cook. Right? By no means is this perfectly refined, because we preferably want a couple divines here and there, left and right. You know the deal. But do we again take Mika's gear? Probably not. And even if we did, Distortion Adaptation is here to save me. This Bullet KAYRON would need his magical girl skin? No, let's not be rude. He doesn't need a magical girl skin. It's KAYRON. He's gonna be fine. Alright, so we're looking for a, if by chance, why not, divine version of With All My Heart. Anything would be fun. Maybe like a draw would be great. If that doesn't happen, we could also get a divine version of any of the gold cards, be it the upgrade or the other cards. We're not too pressed for them. We don't really need them, but getting them would be, I guess, sweet enough. Yeah. More credits, sure. Wait, wasn't that the animation when you get hit by the guy in Salty? Weird. Damage. I don't think we have anything to reroll yet. When attack, discard a random quietest card in hand. Nope. Not gonna do that. Because that could just ruin our entire deck. Okay. That's good. So we found the right persona. We found one of the right with all my heart versions, which means we can now re-epiphany it after we copy it, so that we can hope for a divine. Yeah, we can take the free 2 removal. This goes a long way. Would Diana be good with Tressa using card curse? You might have to elaborate on card curse. But you can definitely use a Tressa together with Diana. Look at this. This is good. When a quietest card is discarded to an ability by allies, which also includes her, which means every time we discard a quietest card for a turn, we actually end up... Oh, fuck. I missed my chance. Well, we actually end up getting a free draw. So this gear is already looking a lot better than last time. We also aren't... Oh, okay, we are heavily reliant on the copy event now that I think about it. If we don't find a copy event, we cannot make this deck work unless we invest sortie resources. Because otherwise we won't be able to re-epiphany before the fight ends. 2 hours late, damn, you missed the KAYRON run. The KAYRON run was rather quick. It was the first one in the beginning. We one-tapped that one, but it's not perfect. It's not perfect. Okay, Persona cards finished. Ooh. Activate 5, withdraw 1 divine. Not too shabby. Also, this Khmer Milk and Pong really wasn't cooperative last run. So maybe we'll have some better luck this time. Let's do removal first. And then get started working on the gear. That's okay. Come on, please. Okay, we're just gonna pick up the retain card for now again, until we can change it out. I mean, is Diana Bullet Quietest will trigger Tressa Curse card with Epiphany 2 for 2 turns when using attack cards 1 agony? Yeah. It's just about an attack card getting used, and when you discard a Quietest card, that counts as a card being used. So it indeed applies agony. No, that would override the draw. I'd rather not. That works. Card removal. Meditation. Let's do card removal. You need to update your Lucas deck. Ooh, that's... Yeah, I need to do that too. I think still one of the most fun versions to do with Lucas is to just go silly and take 4 copies of the when a bullet card gets exhausted, do a flamethrower follow-up. But then, yeah, the question is, what do you do with his bullet creation? Do you just do the 50-50 that he gets a draw 1? Maybe tomorrow. So you think we're going to be here and do a Lucas build tomorrow? Call me crazy, but I doubt that. Cthulhu! Cthulhu sword. Blade. Dagger. Pointy stick. Maybe he didn't like the idea of a pointy stick. Maybe he took offense to that. Okay. 2 cost. Skill card. No? Alright. I'll try again. The next time I can re-epiphany. Why not remove Diana's basics? Oh, we are. It's just we removed her unique cards first, so that they don't pop as don't pop up as copy choices, and then we're removing the basics later. Okay, we have one of the right blooming loves. Now we just have to copy the blooming love. Why you need 2 active thingy? This one. Why do I need this? For funsies. Like, us playing this persona gives a bit of extra damage to KAYRON. And when I play it, I can activate 2 other cards giving us, like, positive AP value. Because, why not? Also, giving it the activate perk makes it so that we can exhaust the card one more time, allowing us to use the card one more time. So, we are hoping for the copy event here. As you always kinda do with like every deck. Oh, I meant you removed Hyde Mary's shield instead of Diana's basic. Nah, I would never do that. You must have been mistaken. You must have been mistaken. I think you must have like confused this with the Hyde Mary run, where I would potentially like remove cards on Hyde Mary instead of the character we're actually building, but that would never happen. Okay, we have all the copies we could ever need. The problem is we just don't have the right epiphanies yet. And there's only one re-epiphany station. So this deck is never gonna be finished this run. This would only ever get finished with sortie support. But I don't know if I'm willing to do sortie support. I mean, we will do the sortie support at some point. The only question is, when will I do the sortie run to do it? Wait. Okay, we do at least have enough coin to afford the re-epiphany as well. Oh, there's technically 3 re-epiphanies we'd have to do. Because Camille, Milk, and Pong also didn't really play by the rules. Let's do it with all my heart. That was a good decision. Because we got the right epiphany. Pew! But we do have to kind of play salty anyway. Brick Diano? No, she's fine. But we're not actually going to pick a copy. Yeah. At least I think we shouldn't. Because then we disturb the flow. You know? You never want to disturb the flow state. So... Is it time to play a salty run? To get the points? To upgrade this Diana deck? Because like... If we were to play a salty run, it would take us like what? If we're lucky, 20 minutes. And then with 20 minutes, we'd get 8,000 points. I mean, we could try to absolutely annihilate Salty with the Hyde Mary and just call it a day. That could work. But do I want to do that? So let's have a look. How many points do I need and why? I need minimum 4,000 to buy one of the Cores of Potential to swap one Epiphany over. And then we could probably buy 3 Abyssal Cores to chuck on 3 Divines. Just to see what happens. Okay, let's speedrun the shit out of this Salty. This is gonna be quick. Okay. Hyde Mary Adelheid, not too shabby. Where are the elites? Is there a double elite path? There is not. Okay. Not the most potent turn 1 if I've ever seen one. Wait, I just had an idea. A really good one. Okay, can somebody tell me what is the ultimate goal of a 9 deck? What is the ultimate goal of a 9 deck at its core? What would you guys say is like the ultimate goal of a 9 deck at its core? What is a 9 deck supposed to do? Don't know. Any takers? One shot. Play Hugh as many times per turn as possible. That comes pretty close to what it is. So, if you are trying to cycle Hugh, preferably trying to cycle all Hughs in one turn all the time, doesn't this mean that this is an insane 9 Epiphany? Doesn't this mean that this card is almost a must-have for any 9 decks? Because you have the safe data space. You don't get a good divine anyway. So getting 2 additional draw to then help you cycle through the rest of your deck, I'd say is pretty fucking good. Because the thing is, the moment you go through your entire Hue rotation, this will come back to your hand anyway. But the thing is, it happens only on the first time? No, on the first time each turn. Use 3 AP in the first card for 2 draw. What do you mean it shouldn't work? It works. At the start of each turn, when this card is the first card used, draw 2. Right? Like every single turn, if this is the first card you play, you get draw 2. No, because you'd be using Fighting Spirit to play it. Yeah, but what if you wouldn't? What if you wouldn't? It's new card, first card exhaust. No, it's not a new card. You are getting back the base Hue. You are getting back the base Hue with the Divine. Hue 1 to 5 don't get the Divines. But the base Hue without the level will still have the Divine when you get it back. I think they don't get it. No, I think you don't get it. You're the one saying, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, obviously, it would work if you were to use Hue manually. Which I think you could. You need AP. I mean, you have at minimum 3 AP at the start of a turn. And running other characters together with her that either generate 1 or 2 AP after, so you have enough for more fighting spirits, isn't that hard. I mean, the Hue versions don't get it. Obviously, they don't get her. Like, the other Hue versions don't get it. But the moment you've run through the entirety of the Hue, you just get back to the beginning. You have to feed an AP battery? Why would it need to be an AP battery? It would just need to be a bit of AP here and there. 3 AP too expensive for 2 draw? Not necessarily in a 9 deck, no? Yeah, I mean, for example, somebody also brought up a good argument. If you just wanted to make it cheaper, put in a Shizuru, take Bound at Dusk, and take this. At the start of the turn, decrease cost of 1 card with the highest cost by 2 until used. Which is always going to be Hue, because Hue is the only 3 cost card in the deck. So Hue will always be 1 cost. And now you're looking at a 1 cost draw 2. That is useful, because the most important thing that I want to stress in this regard is that at least the only problem in the 9 deck is just not being able to get all your cards. So being able to get draw 2, being able to have the chance to draw into multiple fighting spirits, into whatever else it might be that allows you to then continue your turn is pretty potent. Like, this could work with any other deck. I think that the 2 draw there, meaning that you start your turn not just with 6 cards, but with 8. It really isn't that hard to generate a bit of AP with the other characters. Why the fuck would I need to test it? Enough with the supposed to be, just test it. I know what the result is gonna be. Y'all just don't believe it yet. Like, draw is harder to get than AP, in a sense. I could just smack a Naja into this team and reduce the cost of all the other fighting spirits to 0. That will work as well. Eon invade. But yeah, no, like, what you need to think about is either you run no Divine at all on 9, which you always never do, right? Like, you don't really run Divines on 9. That's just not what you do. But now you have a divine you can actually run that actually does something. You prefer the Pulverized Epiphany? Is that one available outside of Salty? And even then, it only adds the Pulverized tag to the very first hue. But it's not too bad, getting additional shield damage on the first and making shields of the enemies less effective. Like this, I've seen worse. Veronica is easier. Yeah, there is 100 million options that'd be easier. You could just use a Veronica with a 0 cost, draw 2, 1 AP, and all of a sudden you'd have your AP. Right? Like, it really isn't that terrible to spend 3 AP first card in the morning. Right? Like, to start your turn off with a 3 AP card, it's not that bad. Could be worse. Ooh, also... Oh, no, wait, that doesn't work. Yeah, forget about it. I just had a thought, but that thought wasn't very smart. Yeah. I had a thought, but that thought turned out to be not that smart, so we don't talk about it. And the reason why I don't have to talk about it is because you don't even know what I thought, because I didn't speak it out. Yeah. I thought like 1 step ahead, which was technically 2 steps backwards, but you never know what it was. Yeah, exactly. You could also just use a Rita too. Like, just because you spend 3 AP there doesn't mean it's impossible to play the turn. Nah, spill the tea? No. Not gonna do that. You will never know. Muhahaha. Other topic, but what persona would be best for Serenial? A super simple one. You just go with a super simple and a straightforward discard 2 cards, plus 120, multiply damage by 60. Today you found out that the 3-cost Threaded Light sucks from Hyde Mary? Wow, that took a while. But yeah, the 3-cost Threaded Light Hyde Mary is not that great. It can be cool sometimes, like you could potentially do something with it like a Chaos run or in like a Salty run, and sometimes it might be able to come in clutch, but otherwise, tough times. Why is this a 1? Where's my numbers? 16. 16 is better than 1. I didn't even want the reward here anyway. Fuck. But it still gets rid of the link cards for whatever reason. Yes, but it activates them. The reason why you want this is you put a bunch of super expensive cards in your hand that you'd never be able to afford. Then you link them. And then you activate the cards. So basically, while yes, it gets rid of the cards, it still allows you to cast whatever cards you have in hand. As if they had Quietus, for example. What about a Serenial persona that doesn't discard? I don't know, you could do like the Quietus one, or you could just do no persona at all. Like, if you don't want the damage boost, then don't take the damage boost. I should probably ask, is Adel one if not the best current teammates for Hype Mary? Because I got the daughter, but I usually bring her together with 9 instead to do counter shenanigans. I also think Adelheid is a bit more of a to be used with more defensively minded team setups. Because you already got Cassius and Nia if you're just looking for raw damage. Draw 1 plus double 30%, still good for Serenial. Yeah. I mean, yeah, as a base version, the draw 1 can absolutely work. Has nothing to do with draw, gives you a bit. But keep in mind, it is 20 save data. And at that point, you might just be better off doing 4 divines of the homing laser instead, right? A what KAYRON? A bullet KAYRON. The reason why you currently don't see bullet KAYRON on your screen is because we're doing sortie to get the currency to finish the deck, to then take him against as high of a tower run as he can. So it's not because we like threw away the idea or whatnot, but no, we are broke on sortie currency, so we have to do this. Yeah. Awesome. Alright. That's sweet. Yeah, it's going to be awesome for sure. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting sight to see if he can beat Tower Stage 1. If he can beat Tower Stage 135. Because we might just be too slow. But who knows? Or maybe we don't even make it that far. We'll find out together. I would rather choose 4 Divine and Serenity plus 1 AP every turn, so it's good to miss. Yeah, exactly. It's not that important. Like, Quietus cards aren't that crucial to her. Not Quietus. Persona cards, sorry. Beep 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 boop. Do I actually have to lock in and pay attention? Maybe. Nah, probably not. Yeah, alright, we're fine. This would be pretty cool if this was a upgrade card. Like, once every turn, the first 2 times there are no blessing cards in hand, or there are 0 cards in hand, draw 1 blessing card. That could be something. Be pretty awkward if I were to forget to buy the sortie currency. Okay, come on. Give me something sweet. Okay. So, we are once again on Rainbow Run, somehow. We have 2 of the rainbow pieces. I need an 8%er. Ah, sure. Shizuzu, save us. Alright, let's get risky. Yo, streaming again, what's up? Yo, Rosemark, what's up, what's up? I mean, yeah, we gotta do something, right? I mean, we gotta play this beautiful game, and then at some point, they're going to release Tenebria, and then things are gonna get hectic. Things are gonna get spicy. Things are gonna get... I don't know what she does, so I can't really make a pun based on what she does, because I have no idea. But, yeah. Passion Psionic. She'll show us what she can do. At some point. We get a kit reveal tomorrow, right? Why would it be tomorrow? Tomorrow is Monday. If anything, it should... If it follows schedule, it would be on Tuesday. Then again, there is no stream. There is no Galactic News Network stream. So, we might get a post telling us what she does. Or, we might get nothing. Yeah. Huh. Backshot brain rot. You know what you want, huh? But yeah, appreciate the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. I fucked up that R badly. Come on. Been too long. Stream. Close enough. We'll get there at some point. Okay, do we need an epiphany? We do need one here. Why no stream? What do you mean, why no stream? We're streaming, aren't we? I am confusion. Oh, why no... why no stream for... why no stream for... Tenebria? Because we don't need streams anymore, apparently. That's why. Even though I pulled Adelaide and a partner of Tenebra's kid is interesting to me, I pull her. Yeah, that's always the case, right? If a unit is interesting enough, might as well just pull him. It really does sometimes do be that simple. But yeah, no, I think the reason to a degree why there's not enough streamers, I guess, or why there's not a G-Clef stream is because, it doesn't make sense if there's not enough new things to share to make a stream. I guess that was one of the arguments they brought the last time. So to a degree, we are only ever really gonna get like something like a stream or like a big dev video for like season previews and like the big events. Or we obviously would have to tell the devs, hey yo, what the fuck? We want our Galactic News Network back. And then we get our Galactic News Network back. I think that's what they mainly wanted to, yeah, to tell us the last time. You went full pity on both her and her partner. That is rough, but you must have done that with purpose and decision in mind. So I hope you were able to get the value out of Adelheid that you were searching. But Daenerys is such a famous character in E7. Can't imagine they're not giving some special lights on her reveal. I mean, I think we're about to get like an idol concert video or something like that they've teased all the way back when the season just started, around the time of her release. So I think we might just get like a idol concert thing later. If not, we might just also get nothing. That could happen as well. We'll see. We'll see. At least right now there's not much we can do. Ouchie. GG. I mean, you've seen it, right? There was no announcement of like a galactic news network happening. Oh, you know what? Oh shit. 15 defense, attack, health. Okay, let's put that on Chizuru. Let's see if maybe they did something on Twitter. Because they always seem to be posting the most random shit on Twitter first. No, they're mainly talking about like anime con. So nothing new that I can see. Wait, why is there a black bar below the stream? Is the stream a little too small? Or is it too high up? It's a little too small, actually. Make it a little bigger. There we go. Now it's not as noticeable anymore.
君だってできることがあるんです。切らねば深い暗闇へ影を潜み、お城が私を守ってくれるの。遅すぎた後悔よ。容赦しません。
Ooh.
捕まったりしない。
That is gonna be big ouch for the
エ
enemy.
リニチー号の名のもとに
Yep, as I said, right? Big ouch for the enemy. Okay, we're almost to the second boss.
困難の逆
Technically, we could stop this after the second boss,
気をつけていきましょう
but I don't think I will.
悪いを一緒に日本は山。皆さん、
エリニチー号の名のもと
Oh,
に
it's this guy.
遅すぎた後悔よ。皆さんの力を貸してください。
Wow. He's dead. He just doesn't know it yet. There we go. Bye bye.
皆さんの力を貸してください。
Nope. I should have skipped the fate. We really don't need the stickiness in our deck. It's not helping. Really should have skipped that fate. Obedience. Extra attack damage 55%. Can I not?
新しい品じゃじゃーん。お待ちどうさま。新着です。きれい。新しい品ですか。じゃじゃーん。ぜひぜひ。生きてたらまた会いましょうね。
Ego skill? Ego skill. Twice? No, different. When used ego skill, decrease cost versus decrease cost of ego skill, yeah. Let's do decrease cost of ego skill. Why not?
装填数値を大きく上回る敵です。警戒してください。遅すぎた後悔よ。前へ進む力を。
一緒に日本は山。影の中へ。皆さん容赦しません。
Okay.
いけません。エリニチー号の名のもとに
Rather impactful first turn, at least. And we can carry a big shield over into the next turn.
そこではみんな幸せに暮らしましたとさ。捕まったり一緒に絵本を読もう。
皆さんの力を貸してください。決断を、この力を使ってでも切らねば。負けません。皆さんの力を貸してください。
海の泡が
Yeah, not the like the perfect turn order, but only he gets the job done. Hey. It kind of does sound like sometimes she's just complaining. She's like, hey, I'm not too sure why. Something is not right, and she goes like, hey, and then things hopefully turn better. Poof, enemy dead. So we could quit now and then refine the deck with just the Epiphany change. Or we do the few fights remaining. And then we also get the chance to smack some random divines on the deck and call it a day. I think that's a lot more interesting, a lot more exciting. So let's do that. Let's go in, smack some random divines on there and then call it a day. Hidden boss. What does that change? That you have the hidden boss tag. Do I really want to face you? No, I don't. Maybe when we get like the titles and the achievements and like all that big stuff on like the Sortie update for the 17th. Okay, come on, give me someone with the point boost. Okay, Ray works. Alright, sure. Where do I have to fight the least? Okay, perfect. None of these cards cost anything. So we don't get any AP for discarding these cards. But what we could at least do is... No, that just kind of just shifts the thing. It doesn't really do much. This should be enough to hopefully end the guy fast. Big damage. Cthulhu? No, it's Ball Cthulhu. Am I gonna bother fighting him? Sure, why not? Why not? Can I undo that? No, I cannot. Okay. Ball of Cthulhu. No, it's Ball Cthulhu. It's different. There's a minute difference between the two. Okay, this looks potent. Yeah, Shizuru might not be the best to like have here in this situation, because he's gonna eat our Shadow of the Moon. well... bye bye! Hide Mari plus Shizuru works. It always did, especially in Sortie. But there's nothing super special about it. It just gets the job done. I mean, if you wanted to, like, you can always just run Shizuru and give her something like a supportive role with Bounded Dusk, cut a few of her cards, and then just apply the debuff to the enemy, get the AP reduction value from the cards, and then use the amount of attacks that a Hide Mary has to build up the stacks, so that you can then do like a Shadow of the Moon nuke with Shizuru. And also Shizuru is a psionic, so she has access to a couple more support focused cards as well if you really want to go that far. Bye bye. Yeah. Alright. And then we only need to do the elite, then we need to do the boss, then we can collect our rewards, and then this should have been rather quick. If any of you want to go back in time, but then again, we also spend a few minutes discussing the validity of a 9 deck. So I guess it wouldn't. And, this is horrible. I remember this event is horrible. Don't go to the full and don't fight it. This event just gives you 2 elites for no reason. This event is just a bad time. Like, straight up. Just a bad time. That's all this is. I really need to rebuild my Adelheid deck. My support Adelheid, that is. Yeah, especially before we get the Yuki changes on the 17th. Can this kill? No. Adelaide, Tinebay, and Faye, I can only get 2, rest in peace. Yeah, you gotta make your choices. But also remember, there is always gems lying around, be it in hyperspace and whatnot. So... Oh, what the fuck? Shy Gardener mutation, 10 mark. I'll be honest, I prefer the non-sorty Shy Gardener. Like... The fuck is this? Exhaust, 10 mark. Hyper Summon Basin, exactly. Okay, almost done. I said almost done. There we go. $10, draw 1, exhaust, create activation course. What a weird card. Almost makes me want to delete it. Almost. That's a hot card? No, this card is cold. But not in a good way. Like, that card is ice cold. That card sends shivers down my spine. That's the kind of card that is. Apply initiation? Don't threaten me with a good time. Okay. Final bossu and then we're done. This card comes back anyway, so free discard. Then these two can go. You can activate. You can be activated for free. You can apply a bunch of blessing. And then we can select and draw one specific card, and that card's gonna be the Thread of Light. Big ouch. Okay, do we have anything else interesting we need to draw? Sure. Let's take the mutation gardener thing. And then get a massive shield. And then hit you with the meow. Unfortunately didn't crit. Sad. Okay, this shield can go. This shield can go as well. Bounded Dust, that's fine. What are you gonna draw me? You are going to draw me a standard thing. Alright. Which is better, blessing one card then draw it, or bless 3 random cards? Bless 3 random cards. With the way she works, you want volume in terms of blessed cards rather than blessing specific ones. Unless you have a plan. Like, if you have a plan and you need like a specific deck rotation that you absolutely have to draw, then being able to determine what you draw is potent. It's just, the more blessing cards you have, the higher likelihood of either A, getting a shield, or B, getting the payoff of her own dedicated draw card. But in Sortie and in Chaos, the select one would probably be my go-to choice. Because if you can select what kind of card you draw per turn, that can lead to some really strong combos and some really consistent turns as well. Especially because it's initiation and then application and then select and then draw. Big boy keywords, that is. Alright, GG. So, let's fix up the deck. We can probably do around like 5 divines or something. So we'll be able to swap an Epiphany, do 5 divines. Maybe we get something cool. Hey, we used enough raise so that she's able to go level 61 should we desire. Alright, so Chaos Analysis Lab, give me the Potential Core, and then give me... Yeah, give me 5 Divine Cores and a Gear Core. 5 Divine Cores and 1 Gear Core. Alright. Let's see what we get. First, we go to KAYRON and the save data. And we're hoping for any of the cubes. Should be a 2 and 11. Good odds in my opinion. I've been proven wrong once again. But our other things are going to be a lot more successful. So we take our unique Re-Epiphany Manifestation Core. And this would have been the wrong deck. So let's find the right one, which is this one. Is this the right one? It is. And then we're going to Re-Epiphany this one into the upgrade card. And then it's time to apply the divines. First divine. Damage increase. Fantastic. Couldn't have imagined anything better. Second divine. Draw 1. That is actually good. That is actually good. That is nice. Third divine. Reduce cost by 1. That is actually good. Alright. Nice. How about KAYRON? How about KAYRON? What about this stupid agony? Does it want to change into something useful? Vulnerable. No. I don't accept this. I have changed my mind. I am very happy with this outcome. Not because I ran out of divine cores, but because I've seen the light. Yeah. Okay. It's time for this incredible team to take on the tower and see how far we can go. So what do we have here? We have the change cost. We have the bullet make quietus. We have the draw 1 quietus. We have the another draw 1 quietus plus discard. We have the activation plus bullet damage. We have a retain card that just chills in our hand because it wants to. Then we have this one right here. Whenever a quietus card is discarded, we draw another card. So that is actually more card draw. We also have when action card of enemies increases damage amount to allies, which is sweet. And then we also have some damage here as well. On the side of KAYRON, we have AP, vulnerable, AP, initiation at least, which is nice. Create 3 futilities, and then we have a damaging discard trigger card. Yeah, we have haste card increase, which works. We have damage increase, which sometimes works if we have enough cards in the graveyard. And then we also have extra attack damage increase, which is something. Wait. Okay. I thought I played my entire tier 15 chaos runs with a gearless Hyde Mary. She wasn't gearless, it just wasn't particularly good gear. Alright. Let's get it. Whew. This is going to be an insane team. Alright, good setup. And you know what? We're even gonna play it and then get rid of the futilities. Because why not? Okay. Let's get a draw. Nice. Let's get rid of this card. Draw more. Okay. So, let's create 2.
神のお声を聞きなさい。
Create 2.
愛を広げてあげます。
Draw 1, discard 2.
どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
Discard the persona. Discard the quietus. Discard, discard. Discard, 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 discard. And get rid of this one for good measure.
どんなお悩みでも私の気持ち
Now
受け取ってください。いつでも言ってください。
we can turn all our cards into quietus cards. Success. But enemy is too weak. Enemy too weak for our potent super deck. Yes. Okay, this deck runs into a bit of a troublesome situation if we have too many quietus cards, because then it just draws us a quietus bullet, which is kind of past the point. Then again, we shouldn't really be running into this situation in the first place, so I blame... I don't know, I blame the devs. Yes. Always been a very reliable way of doing things. So, let's draw a quietus card. Let's discard this card, get rid of this card as well.
私の気持ち
Discard this and this.
愛の力で私の気持ちあなたのための贈り物です。
And Kabuya! Once again, we have too many Heartbreakers in the deck. Because the enemies are too weak. But that is fine. This deck is hyper reliable and super great. Now, we have another exhaust card to get rid of, so that our deck becomes even shorter, even smaller.
愛を広げてあげます。私の気持ちあなたのための贈り物です。
Okay, how about we don't do that? Okay, it doesn't really change much. How about we still do it?
あなたのための贈り物です。
Yeah. Alright, fuck it.
私の気持ち受け取ってください。愛を広げ私の気持ち私の気持ち私の気持ち私の気持ち愛を
艦長、今回の攻撃は強烈です。防御を固めないと危険
い
です
つでもいい私の気持ち私の気持ち私の気持ち私の気持ち私の気持ち私の気持ち
I fully and completely agree with what just happened that turn. I am 100% capable of explaining in detail what just happened there. But luckily, because we're all on the same page already, I don't have to do that. Because we all fully understand what just happened there, we all are smart enough, and I can just be like, yep, we're good. So, good stuff. Nice that we're all on the same page on this one. Yeah. Huh. Okay, we can get rid of this card though. And then we can create more, which gives us the ability to draw more. Which makes it so that I can
いつでも言ってくださいね。
use this card
神のあいえ
to
私
use
の愛
this
ですけど
and this one as well. No. Yeah, this one first. Then this. Boom! And then get rid of these two.
私の気持ち私の気持ち
Yes! It's working!
広げてあげますか。どんなお悩み
It is working!
お聞きしますよ。
Awesome!
あなたのための贈り物です。
And now we'd be able to do big stuff. But once again, the enemies are too weak. It is a shame. It is a shame. These enemies are still too weak for the greatness that is this deck.
派手に行こう。もう一度振ってみようか。裏顔もこんなのはどうだい？
Okay.
運命というべきかね。
いつでも言ってくださいね。どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
Wrong order.
私の気持ち受け取ってください。
So we do need some hand space. But I think I did still pick the right card. Yeah, that's fine. We needed to get rid of these hard cards anyway. Like, that's completely alright with me. We have all the tools in hand. Now we just gotta get it done. Yeah. How would we go about getting it done?
派手に行こうかね。
Good question. But a nice start always pertains to getting more cards in hand. Yes. So we're sacrificing top end potential for getting the combo to finally work. I think that's an okay trade-off.
いつでもどうですか？元気溢れてきましたよね。私の気持ち受け取ってください。あなたのための贈り物です。
待っている。足りないな。足りないな。足りないな。足りないな。足りないな。足りないな。
私の気持ち足りないな。足りないな。足りないな。私の気持ち足りないな。
Alright. Remember, we sacrificed top end potential. We could have created a lot more and done a lot more, but we don't need to, because these enemies are weak. These enemies do not stand a chance against the big brain time that is Bullet KAYRON. They aren't built for this. You've never seen Diana fly? So you have a Diana, but you've never played with her, or what? That's crazy. But yes, indeed, the enemies are weak. So, maybe these enemies are going to be a bit more of a challenge. We get our setup turn thing out of the way. Oh, nice. Okay, so we can also get rid of this one early, which is cool. And then sure, let's shoot him once, so he learns respect. Okay, we're going to create one futility. So, we get the draw here. That's fine. That's okay. Alright. Do I want them to explode? Maybe. Maybe I do want them to explode. She flies? She flies in a victory animation. And she flies during her ult animation. But I guess, yeah, whenever you win a stage, she is flying. But I guess right there she is standing, so... Okay. Let's make this happen. Draw a persona card. Discard the persona cards. Proceed to draw the wrong persona cards. Ask yourself how you haven't considered that as an outcome. Become sadness. Yeah. Like, I need to remember, I first need to play out the other card, because otherwise we have too many Quietus cards. And too many Quietus cards is not good for your health. Yeah. I could have probably played the full house before it turns into a bullet. Correction. I probably should have played the full house before it turns into a bullet.
いつでも言ってください。
派手に行こ
Wait! It's going to turn shuffle into a bullet. I mean, that's kind of hilarious.
う裏か表か
So that's also one way we could get rid of a shuffle. Okay.
見事な攻撃でした。
こんなのはどう
私の気持ち。
派手に行こうかもう一度振ってみようか
Wait, what did I play?
いいだろう
I think I did not play what I wanted to play there. Let me get some video assistant referee in here to figure out what's going on. Yeah, I don't think I intended to play that.
一度振ってみようか
At least to my knowledge, this was never my intention. Okay, we have a lot of tasty cards in hand. And I think we can let this guy
私の気持ち。
see stars if we play this properly.
派手に行こう運命というべきかね命令し足りない待っている足りない裏かこんなのはどうだい派手に行こうもう一度振ってみようか
いつでも言ってくださいね。どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしま
So,
すよ。
turn him into bullets first, then make him quietus.
あなたのための贈り物です。
命令しろ足りないな足りないな足りないな
愛のいや
こんなの足りないな足りないな足りないな
See, it says it on the screen multiple times as well. The enemies are just weak.
裏かをもう一度振ってみようか派手に行こうもう一度振ってみようか裏かをも運命というべきかね派手に行こう驚いたかね待っている足りない
愛を広げどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。私の気持ち私の気持ち受け取ってください。
裏かをもう一度振ってみようか命令し足りないなま
せいは愛の力いや
足りないな足りないなこんなのはどうだい
いつでもあなたのための贈り物です。
命令し足りないなこんなのは
私の気持ち私の気持ちせい
足りないな
This is peak content. This is peak KAYRON. Yeah, he looks like he's gonna hurt us.
こんなのはどうだい
But we will be fine.
もう一度振ってみようか
We just have to be a little quick. We need to be a little quicker with what we're doing.
待っている足りない
愛をひ
So,
どんなお悩みでも
look,
ちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
we put the wrong fucking card. Yeah, like having multiple cards in our deck does usually not lead to the greatest results.
これ以上
Like,
必要
if we still have leftover quietest cards because the enemies are too weak, then things become a little troublesome sometimes.
愛の私の気持ちあなたのための贈り物です。
命令しろ足りないない
や私の気持ち私の気持ちえいせい
足りないな足りないな足りないな足りないな
私の気持ち私の気持ち愛の私の気持ち私の気持ち受け取ってください。
Okay. With a crit, this would be enough.
命令しろ
Do I have a problem with getting even more quietest bullets in my deck? I do.
いつでも言ってください。
I have a massive problem with that. But is there something I want to do about it? Nah, I don't think there's anything I can do about it. Getting futilities in my deck is even worse though.
こんなのは
Alright, you got me, game.
もう一度振ってみようかもう一度振ってみようか 裏顔もどっちかな。こんなのはどうだい。命令し足りない。派手に行く。運命というべきかね。
愛を広げてあげます。私の気持ちや私の気持ち。
裏顔こんなのはどうだい。
いつでも言ってくだ。どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
Okay, first turn them all into bullets, then apply
私
quietus.
の気持ち、あなたのための贈り物です。
Nice. Is there anything else interesting in our deck that we like need to get access to or whatever? No. All right.
待っている。こんなのこんなの。
私の気持ち、私の気持ち。
Look at KAYRON.
私の気持ち、私の気持ち。
Peak.
派手にこんなのはどうだい。命令しろ。足りない。待っている。くだらん。終わりにして命令し。
74,000 damage in a turn. That's not too shabby. And I'd say the turn didn't go perfectly. That's not too bad.
運命というべきかね。待っている。足りないな。
愛をどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
この程度でいいだろ
私の気持ち、あなたのための贈り物です。
う。命令し。足りないな。
私の気持ち、私の気持ち、受け取ってください。ご苦労様。
イリュージョンの終わりには拍手喝采が。
Bro is flexing. He indeed is. I mean, he has every right to do so. Because he's just hopped from a psionic into being a bona fide actual threat on the court hunter. Like, my guy is actually dangerous. And he knows that you know that he knows that we know that he knows that you know that I know. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
いつでも言ってくだ。どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。私の気持ち、受け取ってください。
So E0 KAYRON is a bullet user? I mean, we could also put him to like E1 and he'd be an even better bullet user. How about that? How about that? How about making him an even better bullet user? Is this dream world with steps? There is no dream world in here. But also, dream world just fucking busted. Like, that's, at the end of the day, that's just dream world, right? Dream world doesn't count. If you base everything upon dream world, then you won't have any fun anymore.
これ以上必要か。こんなの。
どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞き。
こんなのはどうだい。
Debating what I should do with this turn. I think we might just be best off playing this sensibly. Okay. So. Boom. Bang. Boom. Bang. Wrong card. I intended to play a different one. But that's okay. Because these enemies are gonna die! And it's gonna be very painful.
私の気持ち私の気持ち私の気持ち
Something something nah. Alright. Looking good, looking clean, looking alright. Smack that dude here, get this over. Play one of these ones. Draw another one of those. Yeah, I like what I see. Get this one here. And then once again... Oh, yeah, that's even better. A bullet-tastic fun for the entire extended family. The KAYRON's extended bulletverse. Nah, we can do better than this. We can do better than this. Alright, let's yep. Do this first. Maybe hit him with one of these. And one of those. And one of these. And then... There we go. Alright. One of these, one of those. One of this. One of these. Well, that's a problem. We've lost our bullet conversion. No bullet conversion means exactly that. Yeah, that's one of the dangers of this Khmer Milk and Pong, which is why I wanted to have a different one so far. Because, like, there's a chance that the Heart Shaker discards one of the With All My Hearts, but to be fair, we could have played the Blooming Love first and potentially prevented this entire thing from happening. So, I guess I am partly to blame for this. Oh. Action count. Well, a little sad for the turn, but what can you do? That didn't really change much, did it?
愛を広げてあげますから
Alright. I guess we're creating a bit of waste with one futility. Okay, this could be slightly oh, this is awful. Having these in my hand, that's terrible. That is gross. Mm.
ここがクライマックスさ。さあ拍手喝采よ。
いつでも言って私の気持ち
No!
私の気持ち受け取ってください
I mean, you know what? That's okay. No, it's ass. No, that's bad. No. We don't want that to happen.
派手に行こうかね。裏顔こんなのはどうだい。派手にこんなのはどうだい。命令しよう。裏顔こんなのはどうだい。派手に行こう。驚いたかね。待っている。足りない。
愛を広どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ
Wrong order.
くだらん。裏か表か。こんなのはどうだい。派手に行こう。もう一度振ってみようか。
いつでも言ってください私の気持ちせいは
終わりにしてやろう。
愛を広げ私の気持ち愛をいや見事な攻撃でしたわ
命令しよう。足りないな。こんなのはどうだい。裏か表もう一度振ってみようか。派手に行こう。もう一度振ってみようか。待っている。足りない。命令しよう。
Too many futilities. But it's going to be fine. We will persevere.
いつでも私の気持ちせい
こんなのはどうだい。派手にもう一度振ってみようか。裏かを運命というべきかね。
愛を広どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよはあ愛の私の気持ちあなたのための贈り物です諦めないでください私の愛分けてあげます愛に勝るものはないのですいつでも言ってくださいねやっ
待っている。
私の気持ち私の気持ち
命令し終わりに。
私の気持ち受け
足りないな。
はあ愛の私の気持ち
足りないな。
いや私の気持ち私の気持ち
足りないな。足りないな。こんなのはどうだい。裏顔どっちかな。派手にこんなのはどうだい。待っている。足りないな。
もう少し
裏顔もう一度振ってみようか。派手にこんなのはどうだい。もう一度振ってみようか。命令し足りない。待っている。くだらん。終わりにしてやる。
I guess we have to deal with the boss the old-fashioned way.
そもそも意味なかったんですね
Diana Gunny mode when? Good question. Magical Girl Idol KAYRON. Yes.
このまま帰還されますか。
I don't know. Should we go all the way to 135?
裏顔もう一度振ってみようか。こんなのはどうだい。運命というべきかね。
I feel like we're probably gonna get sent back to the lobby rather quickly, but I mean it's at least gonna be interesting to see. It's at least gonna be a sight to see.
のための贈り物です。
待っている。
私の気持ち、私の気持ち、私の気持ち。
And also all these base enemies have now more health, which is good for our purposes. Because we do kind of prefer our enemies not just falling over.
派手にもう一度振ってみようか。
いつでも言ってくださいね。
裏かを運を試してみよう。命令し足りない。待っている。足りない。騙されたら終わりさ。
どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。はあ、愛の力。どんなお悩みでもちゃんとあなたのための贈り物です。
こんなのはどうだい。
いつでもいい。私の気持ち。
命令しこれ以上必要か。
私の気持ち受け取ってください。
待っている。足りない。
はあ、私の気持ち見事に攻撃でしたわ。
派手に行こう。こんなのはどうだい。裏かをもう一度振ってみようか。命令しよう。
Where do all these burns come
こん
from?
なのはどうだい。もう一度振ってみようか。
I mean, I know where the burns come from, but where do they come from, you know?
派手に行こう。運命というべきかね。
愛をどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。私の気持ちあなたのための贈り物です。
待っている。
Always this turning my precious, like, draw cards into a heartbreaker on the Cassius. I don't know how to feel about that. Maybe Cassius was the one that got the bullet cards all along.
裏かをも。
Maybe this is actually Bullet Cassius.
もう一度振ってみようか。
いつでもいい。私の気持ち
派手にこんなのはどうだい。命令し足り
愛を私の気持ち受け取ってください。はあ、私の気持ち受け取ってください。
ない。裏かを足りないな。もう一度振ってみよう。派手に行こう。もう一度振ってみようか。裏かをこんなのはどうだい。命令し。
Maybe we have too many bullet, or like, yeah, I guess, yeah, maybe we have too many bullet generating cards in the KAYRON deck in comparison to what we need.
どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。やっ、私の気持ちあなたのための贈り物です。
足りないな。こんなのはどうだい。
Oi, 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 oi. The AoE lady.
派手に行こう。こんなのはどうだい。もう一度振ってみようか。裏かをも。こんなのはどうだい。待っている。足りない。
I wonder why the extra bullets after killing the enemy doesn't continue to the next round. That's a good question. Wasn't that what was supposed to happen? Or at least something similar? I mean, maybe it's because they technically never get played, which is why it can't carry forward. Why would they? Because that's something they said in like the patch notes at some point. Like, for example, think about it like this. If you discard 100, let's say you discard 9 Renoa bullets, then they are all discarded and all played already, which is then going to allow them to also then shoot into the next round. I think the biggest problem here is, even though they are quietest cards and even though they would all play themselves in a row, technically they'd have to get played first before they take the next one. So while we, yes, have discarded our entire hand, it's not discarded until it's actually discarded. Oh, this is gonna be a potent turn. Oh, can we make this even better somehow? We could add one more KAYRON bullet to this. Alright, let's get it. I'm gonna say that is at least pretty respectable, wouldn't you agree? I'd say that at least has some worth. And that was one turn. We are on turn 6. So we basically beat every wave on the turn we got there for the most part. And now we, I think, can just go straight to the face and it's gonna be alright. Peak KAYRON. Indeed.
どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。私の気持ちせい。
こんなのはどう？
私の気持ち受け取ってください。
こんなの
Poof. Enemy gone.
愛は無敵の力なのです。
Alright, let's see if this deck can take on the highest of stages.
どんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
派手にもう一度振ってみようか。裏側をもう一度振ってみよう。もう一度振ってみようか。派手にこんなのはどうだい？運を試してみよう。待っている。
いつでも言ってください。次は強力な攻撃が来ますわ。ちゃんとお聞きしますよ。私の気持ち、あなたのための贈り物です。
命令し足りないな。
愛のいや、えい。私の気持ち、せい。はあ、愛の
足りないな。
いや、えい。せい。はあ、私の気持ち、私の気持ち、受け取ってください。
待っている。裏か表、驚いたかね？
愛を広げ、私の気持ち、愛の力で。
派手に行こうかね。こんなのはどうだい？裏かもう一度振ってみようか。派手にこんなのはどうだい？
いつでも私の気持ち
裏かをもう一度振ってみようか。派手に行くどっちかな。もう一度振ってみようか。もう一度振ってみようか。命令し足りない。裏かをこんなのはどうだい？足りない。
愛をどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。いや、えい。私の気持ち、あなたのための贈り物です。
待っている。足りないな。くだら足りないな。足りないな。
愛のいや、
終わりに足りないな。足りないな。
えい。せい。私の気持ち、
足りないな。足りないな。
私の気持ち、受け取ってください。
You could have at least attacked this guy, no? Fuck. That is fine. We got the power of futilities for when we need them. No. So far, so good.
もう一度振ってみようか。
いつでも私の気持ち、
足りないな。命令し待っている。くだらん。
Little bit of healing on demand never hurt nobody.
受け取ってください。
Alright. Let's get it.
中をもう一度振ってみよう。派手に騙されたら終わり。もう一度振ってみよう。こんなのはどうだい？命令し足りない。もう一度振ってみようか。裏かをもう一度振ってみようか。
いつでも愛を広げて、私の気持ち、愛の力で。私の気持ち、受け取ってください。いつでもどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
これ以上必要か。
いや、えい。せい。はあ、
こ こんなの
あなたのための贈り物です。
待っている。
Let's get a bit of healing, because why not? We can afford it. Yeah, this was gonna be awkward. Just due to her, like, adding a bunch of cost to us. Unless we move first.
待っている。
愛をどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
Fuck. It was a gamble and I lost.
私の気持ち、あなたのための贈り物です。
But I didn't lose that badly. The gamble, that is.
私の気持ち、受け取って
It was just slightly the wrong order, so they aren't quietest yet. Or right now.
有意義な口
Meow.
待っている。命令し足りないな。足りないな。待っている。足りないな。命令し。
いつでもいい。私の気持ち、受け取ってください。
裏顔こんなのはどうだい。もう一度振ってみようか。派手に行く。もう一度振ってみようか。待っている。足りないな。裏顔こんなのはどうだい。派手に行く。こんなのは裏顔運命というべきかね。命令し足りない。待って有意義な苦痛に。
愛をどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。私の気持ち、あなたのための贈り物です。
命令し足りないな。こんなのこんなの。
いや、私の気持ち、私の気持ち、せい。
足りないな足りないな足りないな足りないな。
Okay, the big guy. Let's see how that one goes.
派手に行く。もう一度振ってみようか。裏顔も。こんなの足りないな。もう一度振ってみようか。派手に行く。もう一度振ってみようか。待っている。足りないな。命令し足りない
いつでもいい。私の気持ち、受け取ってください。
な。裏顔こんなのはどうだい。
Clean.
エランテの力、お見せしますわ。私の気持ち、あなたのための贈り物です。
派手に行く。もう一度振ってみようか。待っている。足りない。
愛をどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
この程度でいいだろう。
はあ、愛のいや、
足りないな足りないな。足りないな足りないな。
せい。
足りないな足りないな。
はあ、
足りないな足りないな。足りないな足りないな。足りないな足りないな。足りないな足りないな。
Not too shabby. But yeah, well, we are 16 HP too weak. We are 16 HP too weak to survive this punishment. The only way we could is if we were to, for example, have enough to play. I mean, all right, let's try something different then.
艦長、今回の攻撃は強力です。防御を固めないと危険です。
いつでも言ってくださいね。あなたのための贈り物。
Okay, perfect.
ここがクライマックスさ。さあ、拍手喝采よ。
There we go. We are still alive. Good stuff.
派手に行こう。もう一度振ってみようか。裏か表か。もう一度振ってみようか。派手にこんなのはどうだい。裏かをもう一度振ってみようか。
愛をひ私の気持ち
くだら足りない
いつでも私の気持ち
命令
受け取って
し足りないな派手にこんなのはどうだい
愛を広げどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。
終わりにしてやろ
愛のいや私の気持ち受け取ってくだ
う
さい。
裏側をもう一度振ってみようか派手にこんなのはどうだい待っている命令し足りない待っている
私の気持ち
足りない
せい
足りないな足りないな足りないな裏側も驚いたかね命令し足りない派手にこんなのはどうだい裏側ももう一度振ってみようか待って有意味な苦痛に
いつでもどんなお悩みでもちゃんとお聞きしますよ。私の気持ちあなたのための贈り物です。
命令し足りないな足りないな足りないな
愛の
足りないな足りないない
やえい私の気持ち
足りないな足りないな足りないな足りないな
せい私の気持ち
こんなのは足りないな足りないな派手にこんなのはどうだい待っている足りないな命令し待っている命令しろ待っている足りないな
見事な攻撃ですから
Not even close! Not even close! Not even close! We got that shit! Ah! Why is not KAYRON the MVP? Get this Cassius out of here! So yeah, as you can see, Bullet KAYRON can clear the guy that hits the hardest and does the most damage in the game. What more could you want? What more could you want? I consider Bullet KAYRON to be a legit deck. If anybody has any problems with that, well, has nothing to do with me. You just don't like Bullet KAYRON. Success! I call this a success. Man, this got me hungry. Luckily for me, there's some food ready, which means unfortunately we have to part ways now. But we were able to bring this to an absolute highlight, a peak of performance. So yeah. Now imagine if we had him E6. I don't think anything would change. Let's have a look. We'd get more futilities, hypothetically. We wouldn't really use futilities. We wouldn't really need to get rid of them. We wouldn't really use utilities. At least when creating a futility thing would work. Beware fams, love the stream, don't listen to the haters. Luckily I don't have any as far as I know so far, so life good. I will let you know if I get a response in regards to when we get the Tenebria kit. Worst things come and we see each other on Wednesday with the Tenebria kit early in the morning. You will see it for the first time, I see it for the first time. Who knows? I keep my eyes out, I keep my ears open, and yeah, appreciate you tuning in. 4:20, that's how long this stream took, and yeah. Rita deck next, streamer please. I was looking for a reason to do something. I mean, I have Ivy now at level 60. I was kind of hoping we get her in sortie. I was kind of hoping we get Rita in the sortie rotation and then I could play her. But no, Rita's sweet. Maybe Rita. Alright, appreciate you tuning in. We see each other in the next one. Peace.